Hello and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tinkered. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World. We are here on the House of Gamers Discord server, and we had a bit of an eventful session last week. The party, our Raven's Tales, had picked themselves up, regrouped, repaired, and did a little investigation to figure out where Wraith was hiding out. And Wraith and his crew, where he'd taken the captive Kiva and everyone and all of his folks there after the ambush that he laid on the party. They snuck their way up to an abandoned observatory northeast of the city of Dravier and snuck in thanks to the stealthy efforts of Corbin. And after scouting out the interior of the building, getting there, devised a plan of attack where they rushed in and took on the group after a very brutal battle involving Wraith, the priestess of Nero, a monk, a bunch of goblins, a goblin rogue, a hobgoblin sniper, and then ultimately a very powerful shadow demon. They managed to win out and take down most of the crew. In the end, Wraith, the cleric, and Trexer, the sniper, were all deceased. The demon was dispatched, and the coin it was bound to safely tucked away in an extra-dimensional space where no one could touch it and have any issues with it. The monk was taken captive as he was unconscious at the end of the fight. Managed to stabilize and didn't expire. And the goblin rogue, Ilsley, and 3 of the goblins did manage to escape and run off into the forests somewhere, and were no longer seen from that point. But the party, having gathered everything up there, awakened Kiva, recovered the Raven's Eye diamond that had been stolen from Raven's Crest so long ago, and we find ourselves in Dravier. So, Raven's Tail, what are we doing?
First, I think we should talk to the monk. I mean, that was
Sure.
the plan.
Sure.
I think we decided against talking to the head of the cleric. Since we have the monk, we don't.
Well, not right now.
I mean, I would say this. You have the bodies. So I guess first I'm going to ask you here, Philly, is what are you doing with the bodies? You have 3 dead bodies, a bunch of dead goblins, six or so dead goblins.
We put them all in the portable hole.
Okay. So the bodies are tossed into the portable hole for now. Okay.
I'd just like to say that we've used Mage Hand to take the coin back out of the portable hole, and Lucas has that in the bag of holding.
Yes.
And then before we put the corpses into the portable hole, because we don't want to take any chances with that.
Sensible course of action, yes. So the three bodies there, after having been stripped of any useful items and everything else, have been placed in there. One thing I did want to point out there, those just to clarify, if you hadn't heard this already, the priestess, the cleric there, working with Wraith there, originally had, when you first met her and the monk in the roadside inn, the Forge Right Inn, had portrayed herself as a cleric of the Raven Queen. And now seeing her and her actual trappings and everything else, you discover that she is a priestess of Nero, the god of murder, one of the dreadlords of Shadowfell, and definitely not in league with the Raven Queen or any of her followers. So that's something that you did clarify there. Other things of note there, item-wise there, you did learn part of how Trexer was able to effectively use poison so much with the gloves that he wore, magical poisons. He could essentially dip a finger into a poison and then apply that poison to any weapon or pieces of ammunition as a bonus action from that point. So Essentially, he had a pretty nasty poison he was using, but none of the other ones that were on him currently. But that's kind of how they're. He did have his long gun and a bunch of gunpowder and everything else, and his cloak of elven kind, or cloak of stealth, basically. His long coat of stealth, basically.
It looks better on me anyway.
Yeah, so Torben will be sporting the cloak of stealth now.
Corbin got the gloves and the jacket.
Yes, so and also the gloves as well. So, other than that, not too many items of note other than Wraith's sword being a weapon of certain death. Effectively, once you're struck by it, you cannot be healed for a round. And of course, the coin of shadows that he held. And then other various armor and protective items that the group had there have been all taken. You will, Amethyst, in recovering the Raven's Eye diamond there, you will sense, having in close proximity there, you will sense some of the souls that are trapped inside of it. They are bound to this thing here. And it seemed to be that's what was happening when you arrived at the observatory there. Something was being drawn out of Wraith and into the gem itself. And you assume that was the souls that were being pulled into there. You don't know much more about it without someone who can really delve into what's there, but you definitely feel the presence of those souls.
That would explain the exhaustion that he had when we first arrived.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So with that, you got the bodies. You can obviously recover everything that you need to recover there, and are able to leave the observatory, head back into the city proper. It is essentially nighttime, so I'm going to pretty much ask here, what's your plan for the evening and the following day or so?
Throughout the evening, Eldon is going to investigate this entire building up and down, forwards and backwards. Make sure there's no traps, no more anything, nothing in here that could harm anyone else. Remove everything.
One thing you'll notice is it looks like they weren't here very long. They're only here for they weren't like dug in and like living here for a long period of time. The traps that were laid were pretty much on the road approaching. There was nothing around the outside of the building. So you literally have the presence of they've been, obviously the bedrolls are laid out and everything else, but by the signs of the cooking and any of the detritus that was around the place there, they weren't here very long, maybe a couple of days at most. So there's that at least. Yeah, but you go through, and I mean you find some gold that was tucked away here, and you guys had that the group had been using for operating expenses. You found a bunch of gold, like loose change and stuff on the goblins and some of the other people. So you have all of that tucked away at this point.
Yeah.
But nothing really. There's not very many like traps or anything else on the inside of the building at all. There's really nothing. They weren't. You get the impression, just investigating, looking around there, they weren't planning to be there a long time. It was like, hey, let's bunk down here, take care of this thing here, and then probably move on from that point. There was like a permanent campsite set there. There was a little camp stove. They were cooking stew and stuff in. There was some stuff later out there on the table, but they weren't like they were moving in here for a long period of time.
Okay, cool. And then I guess we wake up the monk.
You want to do that here, or you want to do that somewhere else? It's up to you.
We can just keep him asleep. I've got plenty of that sleep trap stuff. Keep his butt asleep till we get back home.
Up to you.
I mean, it's tricky, isn't it? Because I wouldn't want him to be anywhere near anybody that he could hurt. We're obviously not going to untie him or anything until we've spoken to him. But I mean, what we need to decide is, I've already asked Sora to have a look at him, and she tells me that he's not actually evil, which makes me wonder what's going on with him, whether he was doing it out of fear or whatever. But I guess the only way we can find out anything is by talking to him. He should be able to give us some info. But in the event that he's like I'd fucking do it again. What are we going to do then? Are we going to take him to town and have him locked up? Or is anybody intending on just killing him? Or, I think that's something that we need to talk about before we wake him.
Actually, interesting question, Miss Amethyst. Would you be able to peer into his mind without him being awake at this time? I'm not quite exactly sure how your mental abilities work. However, it seems feasible to me that you should be able to, due to the fact he is still living.
I guess he would still be having thoughts, even if they're just dreams. But
dreams are just thoughts that don't get said.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's worth a try.
I say we start there, and then possibly move on to more forceful means of gaining information.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So you detect thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay. Effectively, obviously, surface thoughts there really aren't any. I mean, he's asleep and just kind of just like basically, just. I mean, there's not a lot happening right now because he is just unconscious. But delving into try to pushing into his memories and such, I'm going to give him a saving throw with disadvantage because, yeah, so no problem. You were able to push into his memories and everything else, and it's a very oddly calm place. Like there's very little emotion attached to these memories. I'll just say that much right now. He's just sort of like present in situations. There's not anger, there's not passion, he's very, very calm and collected. And weirdly enough, it feels in a lot of ways very similar to Perrin.
To what, sorry?
Perrin, Mabel's left-hand man. So in the time you've kind of like been around him, it's just that calm, ever-present like awareness, but not a lot of emotion there. And you sort of get that impression of him as you first delve into his memories. You will take one thing you will note is it's very much like having, or using the modern day thing, a camera is just kind of there. Like while people are talking, while people are doing things, he's just sort of present in the area there. Doesn't take place in the conversation. You very seldom hear him talk in these memories. He's just sort of there. He's almost always within view of Marva, the cleric. And kind of delving into that, you will pull up memories of him talking quietly with her. There'll be some things that you kind of I'll just go ahead and say a few fade to black moments of whether there was obviously something beyond just a protective nature there. But you'll get a sense of give me an insight check. Let's see how much you delve into this. Okay. Yeah. So what you'll get is there is this notion of a bond. And that bond is all encompassing, all important. Anything that she requires, he will do. If she says to do something, he does it. Nobody else commands him. Nobody else tells him what to do. They may like acknowledge his presence or ask him for something, but until she says do it, there is nothing that's done there. So that's kind of the impression you get from all these memories here, is that he is in some way bonded to her. And you don't necessarily understand the nature of that, but it's very obvious in these memories that you're delving into that what she says, he does.
Oh, is he under a guise? Or guy? How do you say that word?
Geese.
Yes, that.
He's underneath
Geese.
you.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just in love.
It's, I mean, the you will get some semblance of emotion from this, and the fact that he does. There's obviously some connection there beyond just the bond, but the bond is what's all important. That's obviously what's there. Anything you're pushing for specifically? I mean, sort of just like you will get like bits of conversations. It's hard to really delve into like specific long running memories because it's sort of flitting from one place to another. You can't really push into and rifle through his memories entirely, but you're getting a lot of just little bits and pieces of scenes, and with the insight check, there's like a lot of motivation behind it.
Okay. I'll reiterate that to the others.
Out of curiosity, I would like to cast Detect Magic. Just out of
Sure.
curiosity, while we're sitting here.
Counter
yeah.
spell. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Just I'll ritual cast it.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, you got time. I mean, this is all happening sort of
Yeah.
as everything is going to delving in there. So, what magic are you looking for?
Any what's it called? Enchantment?
Nope.
None. Okay.
None.
Any nothing. Okay.
Nope. You don't sense any curse. You don't sense the enchantment. You don't sense anything focusing on him, especially. Yeah. Nope. Nothing.
Okay.
Interesting.
Those of you who are trained, give me a history check.
Oh, I am. Okay.
DC is kind of high, but I
Am I trained in that?
You can tell me whatever you know.
Sure, cool.
If you want. I mean, it's up to you.
And amethyst too. All right.
Oh, nice. Oh my
Dang.
lord.
We're all rolling
crap. Okay.
high tonight.
I can't roll below. Well,
like-
I mean, I can't roll below an 18.
Sure.
So now, that's kind of awesome.
I think no,
For
that's not
investigation.
26. That's impossible. I'm gonna go +3. I must have.
You have a +1d4. It says from something. You rolling some sort of bless.
Must be from the fight. I got something from.
You got
Sora.
blessed from the fight there. Yeah. I think
I'll
Lucas
turn that off,
blessed you.
sorry.
Okay.
But
No
yeah,
worries, it's fine. I mean, it's still 23. It was at 20. Okay. Okay. So you got Sora and Lucas. I mean, you know the nature of certain orders that you've heard of in the past that will essentially pledge themselves. I mean, Sora, you're part of Paladins. You have oaths, and so it reflects a little bit like as Amethyst kind of described this a little bit there. It sounds like an oath of some kind. Lucas, you've heard of orders that people will swear themselves to certain ideals or whatever. Amethyst and Torben, Amethyst, you've heard stories. Torben, you know just that monks, actually, the highest concentration of monks in the world is in Scarloth, your homeland. There are a lot of different monasteries spread out all throughout Scarloth, all different orders, all different things like that. And when Amethyst mentions bond, you are aware that of certain monasteries that when they swear an oath, they call it their bond. And their bond means they do whatever they are, whoever they are bonded to, they will do whatever they say. It's not slavery. It's not magical compulsion. It is just their choice. And you kind of put together this is the reason why he doesn't show up as evil because he's lawful neutral. He doesn't care about good or evil. His entire reason for being is his bond. So that's sort of what you're kind of picking up just from the memories there with him still being asleep. Now, Amethyst and Torben know the natural 20s there. One thing you'll know is that he, the bond essentially is for until death do you part. Basically, it's very similar to that of like, no, now that she is dead, there is no bond. He is what is referred to as bondless.
Mm.
And
Maybe
those of you who read the Stormlight archive would recognize that that sentiment. They made your character in there.
Yep.
It is very similar to that. Truthless, yes.
So, are we under the impression that you might be upset to hear that she's no longer with him, or
I think he already knows.
does he? He's
Yeah.
unconscious.
still alive.
Yeah,
he
but
was
I mean, like,
unconscious when she fell.
Oh,
so.
she was
right, but
unconscious.
a bond is a bond. You feel it. Well, at least through Sora's perception, you would feel it through life or death.
Okay.
I mean, think about you and Addie and Elia. You guys can feel each other even when you're not talking to each other. So
Well, you do know that the bond is not a magical thing. There is no magical connection of some
Mhm.
kind. There's no
Mhm.
back and forth. Your oaths are to a divine power. They are actually joined at the soul. This is a choice. This is something that the person has chosen for. So there may not be a mystical connection of some kind, but I mean, there could be. I mean, obviously.
So that makes me wonder if he knew that she was evil when he bonded, or whether it was more she didn't become evil till after, or
I guess we're gonna
it's
find
just
out.
weird. I guess we've just got to talk to him.
Yes.
Mhm,
I was thinking possibly you could maybe go a little deeper.
Yeah.
That's
As
what she said.
Trying hard not to.
All right,
into his mind. Yes.
I can certainly try, but he's very monkey.
Aw, he's in a tree.
Ook, ook, ook. Okay. What are you pushing for? Or what are you suggesting for?
Maybe to see where the bond happened and if maybe we could use this individual. Yes, we are looking for a crew of talented individuals, and it is a potential to have talented individuals. Yes.
So would not stand for that. I don't like the idea of that. I don't want him anywhere near it.
If we were gonna use him, Eldon, if we were going to use him, it would not be on the ship. It would be back at home where people could watch him and make sure he's doing things that he should be doing. You know, i.e. the military that we got there. I mean, it's not full army military, but there's things that can be put into place where they can subdue him if things were to go awry. But like, I wouldn't trust him.
If he's not going to jail, I'm going to say he needs to be taken back to his monastery and they need to deal with him. Because
that's acceptable.
Okay.
Because
I understand, Eldon, that you're looking for people to help do our thing, which is great, and we should get people to recruit into it, but we should get people that we can trust over. Like, can you trust him? Would you trust him?
This monk is a victim of circumstances. Like, if you love somebody, you're going to do whatever they tell you to do or whatever is right for them. So, like, in their mind, we're the bad guys, probably. I mean, it's worth it just to talk to him. We can peer in his mind all we want, but we're not going to know anything until we actually. Anyway, sorry.
I don't actually know. From what Amethyst was describing, I do not actually believe that there was any emotion involved in the situation. Yes, it was action, and that was all it was. As myself, I tend to be of the more neutral and myself. So I agree with the point of view of action and not allowing emotion to cloud judgment. Yes. So, yes, it is more of I am just saying it is a possibility that if we could get him to swear to us, that we would gain an obviously very talented individual that nearly killed you. I understand, Sora. That is a bit complicated, but it would be a talented individual. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not saying no, Eldon. I'm saying, would we be able to trust him to do what we want if somebody was to come along of her same type of persuasion? Like, what I'm concerned is, like, yes, we create this bond, and somebody else who is stronger comes and creates a bond with them. Who is his loyalty going to lie to? If he's so easily switched to hear that his bonded person is dead and he's so easily to go to us, he would just as easily go to somebody else. That's all I fear.
Only if we are dead. Yes?
Yeah, that's how it works?
That is what Sora's memories, or I'm sorry, Amethyst. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I believe that is what his memories are showing and what she is explaining.
Okay.
So pushing deeper and specific with that guide of there, trying to find when the bond was formed. It appears it's hard to say exactly how long ago. It was not like decades ago. It wasn't. I mean, the memory she looks almost the same as she does when you fought her recently. Her clothing's a bit different. The hair is maybe a little bit short, a little bit longer, a little bit different maybe. But at least appearance wise, she's not noticeably younger. So you assume it's probably within the last couple of years, based on this. Hard to say exactly, but it was not long ago. The place this memory happens, you can't tell much of the surroundings. You're not seeing kind of the coming and going. It's hard to it's hard to. You're kind of focusing on an event, not a full like progression of memories. It's sort of like here, this is the memory, and it's a strong memory. In fact, it's not hard to find because it's extremely strong. Like it's like almost like a beacon amongst other jumbles, everything else there. This is a core memory you're finding, and it is literally a room, fairly nondescript, kind of plain room. Maybe a meeting room of some kind, maybe at an inn or a tavern or something like that. But it's quiet, and you will see her sitting at a table, and he approaches. Somebody like kind of waits outside, and there's a voice you hear kind of from the doorway as he's standing in there. And this is the one I told you about. This should serve your needs. And he steps forward and says, you have the you have need. And she does hold up what looks to be like almost like a contract, like an actual written like thing there. Yes, the terms are favorable. What else is involved? And he just says, if all is in order, then the bond, my bond, is yours. And there's just sort of there's sort of a calmness that settles over him. Like there's an anxiousness to him that when he says that, and looking at her holding this paper, it then she smiles, rolls it up, tucks it away, and says, "Good. I am yours to command." And effectively, that's almost the entirety of the memory. Like there's just that settling presence of.
Sorry, can I see any kind of holy symbol on her? Is she?
It's not obvious, but knowing what to look for, you will see probably a a bit of the symbol of Nero, the sickle, essentially.
Right.
Yeah, it's she's not wearing trappings of the Raven Queen or anything else like that. She's not like openly holding like giant sickle there. It's tucked away a bit there, but knowing what you're looking for, you'll see it.
All right. Interesting.
I
So
think that
it seems to be that simple. It's just an actual contract is formed, and essentially there is that settling presence within himself of acceptance and now I have purpose. Is kind of the impression you get from this memory.
When we first saw her at the Forge Right In, he was with her, was he?
Mm-hmm. He was.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Dressed almost the same. Kind of just plain brown robes.
I remember questioning him and him not saying anything.
Yeah, he was. He didn't say very little there. He deferred to her to speak. Essentially.
Yeah.
I truly think that we can get this individual, very strong individual, on our side.
I don't trust him at all.
If not, we can kill him. It's okay.
I mean, we're not going to go that far, but Eldon, if you really want to, we can give it a go.
What sort of person would allow a bond with someone who's evil, who potentially could be harmful to others? That I don't trust that at all. I don't like it.
You know some of my exes.
We'll remind you of the ring or the coin that you just had, and we separated her from the coin and sent her back.
Mm-hmm.
She is potentially much worse. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Number one. Number two. A individual like myself, with not as much self-control as I do have, even though with little I do have, could easily do unspeakable horrors on the world, and it could be very bad, but I think that everyone does deserve a chance. Yes. I would like to give him a chance.
I think we should let you try. It's no harm in trying.
Okay. So, do you want to wake him up and talk to him, or just take him, or just he is bound at this point. He's not effectively he is manacled and everything else, but still unconscious. You can wake him up now, or I mean, someone's gonna have to carry him because if you don't wake him up. So there is that.
Store carrying him.
Sure,
that's how that is.
Yes.
I do have a thing. I'll reach into my bag and pull out one of my little cogs with spell scroll writing all over it. And I'll throw it out, and there's Tensor's floating disc.
Excellent. So that'll hold 200 pounds, I believe, which is plenty to hold him.
Yep.
Put the body on there, and just kind of floats there, and you just basically have a floating, effectively a wagon. Follows you around. Are you heading back into town then, or what's the plan now? Or you want to wake him up here and talk to him?
It's probably safer to do it here than in town, as long as he's secure. They can't.
He's secure. The best he is secure. Yeah.
Me as a monk.
Right.
But the fact is, he's outnumbered completely. He's at effectively 1 hit point if you wake him up. I mean, it's not going to be hard to take him down again. So,
Yeah.
All
right. Yeah, here would probably be my best bet.
All right. So
he's floating a couple of feet in the air on my desk.
Sure. You wake him up, and he's sort of like, he isn't like he bolts upright. He just sort of like wakes up and sort of looks around, and you can see he's taking on the wariness there, automatically just like scanning around, seeing the surroundings there. Obviously, he can unless you have him like bound like head to foot. I mean, he can look around and he sees kind of the aftermath of the fight and the fact that things have been cleaned out and such. And you just see him sort of sit and just kind of look down at the ground, essentially, waiting quietly.
While he's waiting, I'll drop down Zone of Truth.
Sure.
So you're the only survivor. How's that feel?
Kind of glances up at you. And just sort of looks at you for a moment, like you get the impression of like, are you trying to upset me?
Yeah, why would you do that?
I mean, he doesn't look angry. He's just like, it is not my first time I have been the only survivor.
Shock.
And you see, he's probably in mid-30s, maybe even early 40s. There's just brown hair, cut very short there. His eyes, however, are an odd orangish, like an amber color. And based on his build and the eyes, there's probably some elven blood in this person. Not enough to be considered even a half elf, but enough that his eyes and the build definitely belie some elven heritage somewhere along the way. Not uncommon for people from Scarlos.
So what made you bond with such an evil person?
I was brought to see her, and the contract was made. I don't exist without a bond.
You had a choice though, right?
Yes.
You knew she was evil.
I good or evil does not matter.
Matters to me.
All right.
Amethyst just trying to walk away. Somebody else better talk to him because I can't even fucking look at his stupid fucking face right now.
Wow. Okay.
I happily will. I want to kill you. But I was told I'm not allowed to, so you don't have to worry about that.
Wow. One death and you're gone from a homicidal maniac.
He's not. No. He's not at all. He's like, I was getting ready
lying?
to say,
Okay.
No, he will if he's told you by one of them.
Actually,
yeah,
if you are lying, you are in a zone of truth, so you have to roll for it.
Yeah, it's not a lie. No, it's not a lie.
Okay.
They said that we can't. No, it's not. It's 100% true. But he's not like being like mean about it or like even aggravated because there's no point. He knows that. Even he does.
Okay.
But I don't see what good that would do because we already did it once, and honestly, it wasn't even that hard. But the rest of you, and I know what you did to her. We just want to know what you plan on doing now, and if there's any other questions, they can ask. But we don't want to hurt you. You don't want to hurt us. I'm sure you couldn't anyway right now.
I would assume by your line of questioning that Marva is deceased.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, in fact.
We have her head, actually, I think, if you want to see it.
No, we
did not
don't
remove her
do
head.
that. Oh,
no.
remove her head.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
All the bodies are intact.
Said all we need is his head. Sorry. Or
all the bodies are intact. They've been put into the portable hole. We're not telling him that.
Yeah. And he just sort of like nods. Then
she fell in battle, yes.
Once more I am bondless. But yes, I will mourn her.
Oh.
Now the question is,
he's just flat emotionless as he says it. You don't see any like sadness over his face or anything like that. He just says it matter of factly.
There's somebody else who wants to talk to you as well, and I will let him do so because he has another idea other than just putting you in prison or whatever we decide. Eldon, and he'll look up.
And the disc like kind of floats down to where he's eye level.
Sure.
Yes, hello. I am Eldon Mernig, and I have questions pertaining to the bond. Yes?
I will answer them.
Yes. So, as I understand it, there is a small contract to be made. Would you be willing to bond with myself?
It is uncommon, but not unheard of, to transfer a bond. I would do so, yes. Without the bond, there is no purpose for my kind. Those are my order.
What all is involved in the contract? Yes?
I do not. The contract stipulates that while the bond is intact and while both of us are alive, that what you command, I do. And that's
it. That's
Mhm.
it. Okay.
I have served those in the past who use it to unfortunate circumstances, but and most recently, I will acknowledge that things that were done were not of the benefit to others.
You think?
He just looks at you flat. I mean, just
Amethyst is fucking fuming right now.
okay. He shows
Mhm,
no
mhm.
emotion. You can yell at him, scream at him, he shows no emotion whatsoever. He's like, understandable.
The people that you hurt, the people that you killed. Nope.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
He actually pauses for a moment, and that the majority of deaths that happened were conducted by him, the one that my bond served.
You couldn't have done it alone.
Much of it he did. And one thing you'll notice is that he was not present. He was not part of the attack on Eddie.
You just nearly killed Sora.
Mhm.
That's enough. That's enough for me.
Aw, Amethyst, I love you too.
I mean, he was killed by you. I mean, roughly, if he had made his death saves, he would have died. So,
Yep.
I mean, the fact is, like, yep, like you made no effort to actually stabilize him. It was all him that survived it. So it was literally
Mhm.
he would have died otherwise. So
And we would have let him.
yeah, you did.
Mhm, mhm.
Yes.
I mean, is it is never easy to be a part of something that one may find distasteful, but the bond is all.
But when you give your bond to an evil person, that is potentially what could happen. So why would you do that in the first place? Why would you put yourself in that position?
I did not. My bond was taken up, and I agreed. I knew nothing of her until I was bonded.
When you bonded to her, she was wearing a holy symbol of the god of murder.
I know this now. My first meeting with her was when my bond was formed.
May I ask you a question? Sorry for threatening to kill you earlier.
It's understandable.
What do you wish to do?
Existing without the bond is disturbing.
So
Without the bond, there's purpose. If I do not have a bond, I wish to return home.
Who of us, if you had a choice, would you wish to bond to, or is Eldon your only option? Certainly not me.
I don't have a choice. I mean, I can see one person who would definitely not want to bond.
Right.
And I respect that, and understand that. I don't necessarily have to be bonded to any of you. If you find it that distasteful, I can be returned home. You may kill me. You may do what must be done. You may send me off to authorities. I have no choice in the matter. I am bondless.
A demon that was less repulsive than you.
Really hates you.
That was Wraith.
I will say something. Marva withheld something from Wraith. I don't know all of what was happening. I don't pretend to understand what they were doing exactly. I was present, but had no knowledge of it. He was to be the ninth. Himself. He did not know this. She spoke with the Dark One when Wraith was, I assume, sleeping.
I had a feeling.
Wraith's
I said that to Eldon yesterday.
And he's like, I have no reason not to tell you this. But I was present when she spoke with the shadowed thing.
What are your thoughts on I'm going to abstain from asking that because I think it's kind of
My thoughts are, I will not say I approve of what they were doing or trying to do. I don't. If I were bonded to another, I would fight against them. But I was bonded to her. So I did what she said.
You bond with our friend Eldon here, and I don't see it being that much of an issue as long as we know that we can trust you. I don't know what that would mean for you, for either you would be coming with us or going somewhere else, though.
I would, based on the attitude, based on the between yourself and he kind of gestures over to Amethyst there. I don't think that would go well. I understand my presence would be upsetting.
Fair enough.
Not that I would have any say in the matter.
Come with us to
Look, as long as you bond with him and command him to fuck off somewhere else, it's up to you guys. I'd rather him be bonded to you than bonded to somebody else who's trying to bring back the Dark King.
And he's just quiet at that point.
If he'll happily give his bond to anybody who's gonna come along and go.
Happily.
So
you know,
it's like yay! It's like no, this is purpose. Like no, you realize his entire reason for being is his bond.
Yes, and he will give that to anybody that offers it without question, which obviously is concerning because there's a lot of evil out there. And if he's happy, well, not happy, but if he's just as likely to give his bond to an evil person as he is to one of us, I would rather it to be one of us. I mean, I don't want it to be me, obviously, but I would rather it be one of you guys. If you tell him, get away from me and everybody that I love, but I don't want him in Ravenscrest. Absolutely not.
One more idea, but Zora wanted to. I'll let you go.
Yeah, I do have a question for you, Mr. Monk person. What is your name?
My name is Olash.
Olash. Okay, Olash. If we take you back to your monastery, what was to be done with you?
I will train. I will find peace. If at some point someone comes to the monastery looking for one to bond to and chooses me, then I will.
Okay.
This is what is done. We are known to be those who swear bonds to those who wish it.
I'm not sure humans complete burial rites and whatnot, but when you have a loved one, what do you do with them?
It depends. I mean, we usually burn the body, scatter the ashes.
That's kind of perfect. Once we get to Ravenscrest, we will. You can help us set up a funeral pyre for the cleric, and that way we know it's finalized as well, and you can say your goodbyes proper. Then, as long as everyone else is okay with it, you can either bond with Eldon, or you can go on your way to the monastery. But I don't think I like that idea, because what if you bond with someone even worse than Wraith? I certainly don't want to fight you again.
It is not like anyone walks up to me and says, I bond to you. There's more to it than that, obviously. There is a...
I can tell you this, you're a hell of a combatant. I know that much. You've gotten a couple of lucky strikes on some of us, that's for sure.
Also, we could use your skills, and we are obviously not doing things evil. Per se,
it's clear he doesn't want us. He doesn't want in the party, but maybe we could have some other use for him in the area.
Yes. So, Mr. Olash, my name is Eldon Murnick. I would share with you a bit of who I am, and then see if possibly you would like to be bonded. Eldon is going to unload about he's gonna start talking. It's gonna be his early life, growing up in a great family, tragedy, family loss.
He just quietly waits. I mean, it's not like he doesn't question you. He doesn't stop anything. He just quietly waits. There's no judgment on his face. There's no surprise, shock, whatever. He just sort of quietly waits for you.
Goes through the whole deals in college of attempting to create this new miraculous way of handling magic, and incredible things, caused a massive explosion, destroyed an entire building, nearly killed some people.
At one point, he does pause, and I do not understand the purpose behind your life story to me. I appreciate what you're trying to do.
Yes, so I was actually thinking that you said that you only met the evil hag once, and then you did not know of her actions beforehand. So I am expressing my who I am, and to see if you would be willing to work with us Obviously not to Amethyst. Please, if we do work together, refrain from speaking to or even possibly looking in her direction, unless she is dying and you can possibly help her. As I do understand, monks are very toxic.
She has made it very clear that she doesn't want my presence to be in her presence at all. So
yes,
I would have no problem forming a bond with you or any one of you if you so chose. But it is clear it is not wanted. And while I would swear to one, the others would be uncomfortable by it.
I frankly don't care one way or another, but what I think is that maybe we use you elsewhere. You can bond to Eldon, but that doesn't mean you have to be right here with him at all times, correct? You could go somewhere else and be possibly a scout or gather us information that might need to be gathered when we need to call upon you. Eldon can.
It's not the usual thing that I would do, but I would
I
not.
haven't really seen much other options aside from going to prison for a majority of your life, if not forever. I actually like that idea, Amethyst.
I will. And at that point, he just waits calmly. And I mean, Eldon, you can continue your life history.
Yeah, I continue
You
sharing.
can, but it's like he doesn't show any interest. I mean, he just sort of like nods, and you realize. I mean, the rest of you realize at some point there. He's telling his entire life story to someone who, if he's ever bonded to someone else and asked him about it, will just spout it off there to somebody else. I mean, well, there's nothing wrong with it, but if somebody were to be bonded with him and ask him about Eldon's life history, he would repeat his life history to somebody else.
Oh yeah, we're all
Okay.
So like bonding to Eldon or myself or Lucas or even to Torben here would be a decent idea. But again, we would leave you in a city we think needs your help, or on the airship, or it would need your help. We wouldn't necessarily keep you with us at all times. But again, you are your own person. You should be able to make your own choices. This being said, you are under arrest and you will be placed into the hands of somebody to pay for the crimes that you've been helping commit, whether they be at your hand or not. Or bond with us and do your thing. It is your choice. I don't think we need to conversate much more about it. And I will put my hand out to help him up if he is sitting down.
He's sitting on the floating disc essentially. He will stand up. Kind of pretty much eye to eye with you. He's about the same height as you. Thinner, I mean, but yeah.
It is still your choice. But I think staying around here, guys, is not a good idea. We need to keep moving someplace and doing something.
Okay.
I just regret I didn't get a chance to go up against him because that would have been quite fun, and I'll smile.
Well, you did everything you could to stay away from everybody.
I mean, he just stands quietly. I mean, at that point, it's like he doesn't show any sign of trying to escape or anything else. That he's just quietly waiting. So
I know somebody, Eldon. Are you sure about this decision?
I believe that we need him. However, I do understand that we need to keep him away from Amethyst.
That's not going to be possible, is it?
You keep him with you. He's going to be right there with you guys.
Keep him with us, so we could drop him off at. He's not going to the Lyceum.
As I've just put in the chat, everything's very raw for Amethyst right now. She's very, very emotional. So is Bernie. It might just be a little bit too much right this very second, but maybe after she's calmed down and taken some time, it might change. But right now, I mean, it's a lot.
I think for right now, we need to put him on the ship, because I believe that's where we're headed to next, is back home, correct?
Yeah, we're going to Raven's Crest, and I promised that we could light a fire and burn the cleric.
We can.
You have a temple of the Raven Queen there.
We're going to take her to the temple. Yeah.
That's what they do there. Basically, they do pretty much commit the body to ashes, and then.
Mm-hmm. So
harder to bring some back.
I would still say, like, let's take him to the ship, have him in like one of our cells or whatever it is that we call it on our ship, and deal with her, and then go back to Raven's Crest, and then let him decide. It is still ultimately his choice. He is still a person.
Would take place somewhere in Raven's Crest.
Amethyst, I understand that you are very raw at this very moment, but if you look at him, that is a humanoid person. He is still a person.
He did much less for Wraith, and you felt for him.
It's a walking set of rules. He's not a person. If he's living for a bond, he's not even a person in his own right. He has no emotions. Emotion are what make us people.
Just because you don't show them doesn't mean you don't have them, Amethyst. I know that all too well.
Sure. I was in his mind. I read his thoughts. There was nothing in there.
There was some here and there, but
yeah, I was gonna say Jim said there was some. Yeah. They were, fleeting. You didn't really notice that much.
Yeah. So, and at the way we can move on here. We can essentially, so with Dravier, you have an airship that can be fixed, and it is yours. The Wraith airship. When you check into it there, the owner of the airship is deceased. The ship has been registered as lost in looking into it, and so effectively, with the right people finding out the right forms and such, the ship is yours if you want it. You can also just let somebody else take it if you want, but it's effectively yours. So it is. The only thing wrong with it is really that the fact that at the lift array for the ship there, it was disabled, so it can't take off. It's still floating in the harbor.
That piece I took, right?
Yeah, the accumulators. You took the accumulator, and you have the and you slash the conduit material so it can be repaired. The accumulator
I just remember you asking if I destroyed anything, or if I wanted to destroy anything, or just take something. And I know I said not to destroy anything, so I don't.
You just sort of disable some of the conduit material. It's like a circuit. So basically, it's little lines of solder. Yeah, exactly. So
okay, cool.
Yeah, so it was literally just you slash some conduit material and remove the accumulator, and that's called and that's it. It can be fixed within an hour. Effectively. So, what you do know of the ship there, Eldon, being on board the ship there, if you took it out there, it doesn't have the long range capability that the Sable Drake does, because the Sable Drake has multiple arrays. But it is smaller, more maneuverable, and overall faster because of that. So, on the short haul, it is faster than the Sable Drake. The long haul, the Sable Drake will outpace it, essentially, because it has longer operating time essentially before it has to recharge.
Until Alden fixes that.
Yeah, so I mean, eventually you obviously could have an extra array put in there and increase the range of the ship that way, just like the Sable Drake was, because remember it did get upgraded at some point before you started the chase down to chase the Dravier, so you're able to get. So
yeah, and I would keep Olush with me on that one instead of having.
You are able to easily get the ship to the point where it could take off again. You don't have a crew specifically yet for that ship. The Sable Drake effectively does have the Manitex there, and in talking it over with them, and effectively after you tell them that the Wraith has been taken down, the captain will effectively say that the contract was to get you here to take him down. He is down, so the contract is essentially fulfilled. We're happy to take you back to where you need to go and deal with that. Speaking over with the technicians here, they wish to go back to their the shipyard in Port Oris, so we would plan to take them there and do that at some point here. So
and when we get to Port Oris, after we light the funeral pyres and do everything we need to do, maybe getting a crew together wouldn't be so bad.
I mean, you have other ways to get back to Raven's Crest and everything else right now as well. So we will then, Lucas, you will learn officially here that the Grand Academy and specifically the Priestess of Ayun that essentially was very happy to hear that the person that killed her student is no longer is no more. They will grant you access to the Grand Academy circle. It is still in need of repair, but the groundwork and the sigils have been essentially reestablished, so you can memorize the coordinates effectively. But you won't be able to use it until the actual conjuration core at the center of it is reestablished. And that they said that'll take a week or two, and it'll be available at that point there. You obviously can teleport wherever you want to from here, but once that's established there, you can then come back to Dravier at any time using that circle.
Do I need to send somebody in particular if we're coming? I mean, I assume you can't just turn up willy-nilly.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. So effectively, when they have you memorize the coordinates there, the circle itself, they'll let you know that yes, you need to do ascending to, and they'll just essentially there's a gatekeeper essentially that would basically just say, send to this person here. Nice to meet you. Yes. And so, and enough that you could do ascending to them saying yes, you're coming through essentially. If you were to come through without that, there's going to be a lot more of a guards will be summoned and things will happen that would be unfortunate. Obviously, you could probably talk your way through it and everything, but it would be a lot easier on everyone if you just messaged ahead first.
Yeah.
You said Olash was his name, right?
Yes. Yep.
May I ask, Olash, what are your skills besides punching us a lot?
I'm effectively I do mostly work as a bodyguard, someone to observe, someone to my skills are combat and my awareness, essentially. I was trained my whole life to fight.
We have a dragon that protects us.
What?
At Zora.
He looks over at Sora and nods. Very well, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still bruised up and beat up.
He's kind of messy, yeah.
Yeah, he took a lot of hits from that hammer, so he's got some like major bruises over his face and everything else.
That's why I was specifically.
He nods.
She hits things very hard. She's hit me a few times, but I let her. She doesn't know it. Don't tell her, please. Saying this out loud, by the way.
Eldon's like
he looks at you, then looks at her like, I don't need to. She's right there. You just told her. And he just sort of bemused by the whole exchange.
Our sparring. Yeah. Okay.
Is that what it was? I was trying to kill you.
Oh, well. I was holding back, but okay.
I was too.
So you have some options. Obviously, you could go back on the Sable Drake. They would go to Raven's Crest first and drop you off there before moving on to Port Oris with the Manatix there. You could take, if you got a crew to help you with the other ship, with your ship, we'll call it that now. You could take that down there. You fly that back.
Did not speak with before
not
we
yet.
were leaving time. Yeah, we're not going to speak.
Yeah, you're still kind of in like what we're doing here in Dravier. So, so you had the option there of taking that ship back, but you're going to need to get a crew, or you could just teleport back and then come back here at some point to pick up the ship another time.
Let's do the second option.
I don't like that. I want to take the ship.
You don't want to take the ship?
No, yeah, she doesn't. I definitely want to take the ship.
That was the second option that she said there.
Oh,
Do not take the ship. I don't want to take the ship.
oh, I definitely do.
Why?
So we're at we need to discuss that. Who wants to take the ship?
As in, you don't want it at all, or you just don't want it to get now?
I don't want to take it now. No, I want it to get fixed up. Take our time finding a crew.
Okay.
Take our time finding a crew, and then come back and get it. I don't want to feel like we're rushing through it.
We can fire them.
I think what we need to do first is get Lucas to get us back to Ravenscrest and take the souls from the diamond, get rid
That's
of
what I'm thinking.
the corpses that we're carrying around, and deal with all of that. And then potentially come back to Dravia tomorrow and start recruiting and think about getting a crew together for the ship.
We can't come back
For
tomorrow,
a week
because the
or two.
circle isn't-
2 weeks.
Maximum,
It'll be 2
maximum
weeks, yeah.
2 weeks, yeah. But you have time. You are not pressed for time here. You realize that there's things you have going on here, but for the first time, you don't feel the pressure of like there's no deadline looming over you. There's no someone you're hunting at the moment. So you do sort of feel that while you've been under this like constant pressure of catch up, you're kind of at this point realizing after all this time here that there's nothing looming over you to deal with right now.
Well,
I mean, there are things out there, but I'm thinking it's not like there's an impending doom of something happening if you don't do something. There's things you've heard about, there's things you've looked into, there's things that are out there that you that are there, but there's nothing that's like happening right now.
How long do we think it would take to get a crew together?
I mean, asking around, you could probably do it in a day or two. I mean, it wouldn't take that long. The crew, you only need about a crew of maybe 8 total.
It's something
You could fly with probably like 4 to 6. I mean, someone who's actually good at flying a ship. You want someone who's going to know around there. Navigators, you don't have specifically a navigator. Some of you could do some of those duties to a degree, but you don't have a lot of experience with, like, obviously flying a ship or how to navigate from the air and everything else.
Yeah, I've got all the Manatech stuff handled.
Yeah, you could definitely take care of the actual
Yeah, but you'll be needed on the ship almost constantly. Like you never even be able to come with us hardly.
You want someone who's actually going to be able in charge of keeping the ship running. But I mean,
honestly, what I was going to suggest was it's kind of above table because Torben wouldn't really know, but a good person to be on the ship as a crew for an artifice, like for the Manatech stuff or whatever, would be Seb. I would think, right? He would be pretty prevalent on the ship.
You don't know.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, but Corbin again has no idea. So,
I mean, there is that possibility. You can always hire somebody, find somebody,
or we can even hire like a temporary crew and just or leaving the ship there is an option and coming back. I just don't particularly like that idea. But again, if that's what the party decides, that's just what's going to be done.
Don't forget that we can partially, at least, potentially recruit people remotely by sending messages to people and saying, "Hey, just a heads up, is there something that you're interested in? Check with the syndicate first, see if it's okay, and let us know," kind of thing.
Does the Sable Drake have enough people to crew both ships?
Technically, they could probably spare a couple of deckhands, which basically just kind of be able to like trim the sails and roll the sails in and out and everything else. I mean, obviously the captain and navigator wouldn't leave their ship to come over. But I mean, they could spend a couple of deckhands that can basically help with like just the basic maintenance of stuff. Temporarily, they would be able to come over. I mean, but
they want to go home though, don't they?
You do know they do want to go home. They don't want to serve on an airship.
No, yeah, just to take to Ravenscrest.
Sure, yeah.
I could then teleport them to Port Orus from there.
Sure, yeah. I mean, ultimately, the Sable Drake is going to go back to Port Oris. That's where they're based out of. So they're going to go there, like sooner rather than later. I mean, obviously, they'll make a stop off in Ravenscrest if they need to. If you don't need them, they're going to go straight to Port Oris.
No, but I mean, if we took
if you
some
borrow some
temporary crew, yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as you get to Ravenscrest,
back.
I can
Yeah,
take
they
them straight
could
to
do
Port
that.
Oris.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me a second.
Sure.
If that's an option.
Yeah.
So-
Everyone else, I meant.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let's use that option.
Okay.
It's not really a priority right now, though. Is it?
What's not a priority?
No, but once the ship's there, we can take our time finding a crew, and we know where it is.
And I'm sure Elia's dad will be interested in helping us to, like, fix it and man it as well, as because he's obviously going to be interested in using it and having the use of an airship in his town.
I mean, he
It's
would
our
definitely
airship.
broker a deal for that, absolutely, because you know that
Mhm.
sending a shipment of balsa to Port Oris by airship is a lot faster and easier than doing it by wagon. So,
Yeah. They were excited enough when we just turned up with one. So when we say, like, this one's ours now, they'll be so happy. If both him and the mayor will be wow, awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, if they would ever be willing to loan it to them to be used or some sort of work on a contract kind of thing, there's obviously things you do that way. Or if you're heading this way, I mean, obviously it's your ship, but you would be able to loan it out for a fee if you wished. So, I will also admit, say that kind of this whole time here, Kiva has been around. And she's conscious and moving around at this point there. So you're able to get her up and about there. And she's just sort of like kind of hanging back, just listening and not, because obviously there's a lot happening essentially. And at some point she'll just, well, I don't really have anything, specific I'm working on right now. I'm kind of between missions, jobs, everything else.
You're coming to Ravenscrest, though, right?
I mean, if there hasn't been an official invitation on that, but I kind of got the impression that I would be okay.
Miss
along.
Kiva, would
I
you
invited
like
you to come to Ravenscrest a long time ago.
Well, I know, but there's always a lot going on right now. I mean, I don't know what's happening. Yeah. So,
And obviously, we could also offer you employment as a ship's hand aboard our brand spanking new airship. Yes.
I don't see myself really as a ship crew kind of gal.
Too busy for that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying no. I'm just not saying I want to make that a long-term occupation kind of thing because I got other things to do and places to go, people to steal from. And I mean, things to look into.
I'm an investigator. That sounds suspiciously like a no to me.
Oh no, like I said, I have no problem for a short-term, but a long-term commitment like that, I don't know. Like I said, I got a lot of different things going on, but
everything for you is to decide. But as far as living with us at Ravenscrest, nothing would bring me greater joy personally, and I know Amethyst would be very happy about that because she could keep.
I'm probably not going to settle down in one place. I don't really call one place. I mean, Dravier is sort of where I grew up, but even I don't even consider this place home. I tend to find places to go and things to do as the winds take me.
This is not saying anything like this.
Because I know. It's just like, yeah, and you know that enough. She's mostly saying it to the rest to anyone, to Torben and anyone else that's kind of there. I mean, you find yourself just nodding along like that's like you knew that.
Yep.
Yeah. But absolutely, I'd be happy to come back to Ravenscrest and see Elia and check things out. I haven't been up that far north. So, yeah, I've been to Port Oris once or twice, but I've never been over to there.
We could maybe get Gildor to come over at some point.
It'd be nice. He seems a little bit, I don't know. your description of him is not a real dynamic kind of person, but he sounds definitely a certain person I wouldn't mind seeing.
Be nice for the 4 remaining members of our little groups to get together.
Yeah, it would. And so that said, she's definitely going to be coming along.
Cool.
So I guess then, so what? So do you want to skeleton crew your ship and go back? Do you want to teleport back and then come back to the ship in a week or two? Totally up to you how you want to handle this.
Skeleton crew at home.
Okay. In that case, Sable Drake will plan to kind of. So in that case, what they'll essentially do is it's not like a tow rope kind of situation. They'll just kind of basically let you follow in their wake so you don't get lost. And keep an eye on them and everything else. So you won't need a navigator. They'll go ahead and have Sterosh, the first mate, essentially pilot your ship, and they'll send a couple of deckhands to kind of take care of the things there and show you guys what to do as well. I mean, you've never taken a turn on steering this ship, but essentially, whoever is interested give you the basics of like, here's how you steer, here's how you like raise and lower elevation. Here's what you want to.
All on that.
Here's how you want to. Here's how you want to raise the sails, lower the sails, depending on the wind and what you want to do. And so, effectively, the first. So that's all arranged into how that was planned there. So again, it comes down to: is there anything else you want to do before you set to the skies and head on back?
Go talk to eyes and ears.
Okay.
I'd like to talk to eyes and ears.
Yeah. It's not hard to find. He's actually still hanging out kind of in the dock areas around Dock 7 where the ship where your ship is docked. That's kind of his base of operations for the most part. It is good to see you. I have heard a little bit of rumors that there's a little less darkness in the city.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm glad that you are all safe. I can see you're all a bit battered and such, but it is good to see that you're all safe.
And thank you for your part in that and helping us.
Of course. It is my pleasure. What are your plans then?
Well, we're just putting some feelers out at the moment. We seem to have acquired a new airship.
Kind of glances down at the one at the docks.
Yeah.
Right, some salvage and all that. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. No previous owner and stuff. So, just looking for a crew. Really, could do with someone of your caliber in the crow's nest if you're interested.
I honestly had never considered that. I have lived most of my adult life here in the city, and I know it well. But a persuasion check with advantage.
Torben's gonna look for some. Would I have that? Let me check something real quick.
Okay. So he's like, well, I think that that sounds very a new chapter in the story of Eyes and Ears. I wouldn't mind doing such things. Being able to go to different places. Yes, I could do that. I assume there would be a pay, a stipend of sorts set up, and
Cool.
Good, very good. So I will essentially, and so he kind of like almost like gets a little more serious and looks at you as almost like it's negotiation time. And while he's not so much worried about like salary, you guys will work that out amongst you. But understand, I am still a member of the syndicate, and I would if things were to arise where I would need to pass on information or check in with various people and places, I would do so if that is all right.
Absolutely. We
As
understand that you're
a member of your crew, I would tell you so. So there, but I am still effectively an employee, let's say.
Mhm. And I think we have a good relationship with the syndicate too. So
It seems that way, yes.
maybe we can assist them as a group whenever you're needed, or at least part of the time.
I will see how things go. The winds will take us in all new directions then.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, he essentially, yeah, you kind of get back into settling in, and he seems a bit excited, kind of looking around and just kind of checking around the place. But yeah, he's you see him sort of. Well, actually, so essentially, you settle on when you're going to leave and everything else, and he pauses for a moment, and it's like he's like, you see him. It's weird because you watch him, and he's sort of like his mind goes blank, kind of like Eldon does when he does with his familiars. And he just sort of like the only thing you see him kind of like look, he turn his head, blank expression there, but turn his head, turn his head, turn his head, like he like looks in like 4 different directions, and then kind of comes back and everything is good. Yeah. When we're ready to go, I will recall my my sensors, and I will be ready.
Excellent.
Look forward to the journey.
Welcome aboard.
Okay. Anything else people want to check in with, or before we skip ahead.
No, I think I'm good.
Yeah.
I mean, I would kind of like to get a yes or no out of, or an idea of what our monk friend would like to do. Although he didn't answer the last time, I don't know why he would answer this time.
I mean, effectively, he is essentially, until you say otherwise, you're captive. He's not going to wander off. I mean, I would say that if you put him under guard, he will not wander off.
No, I'm more worried. Like, does he want to bond with us, or would he rather be placed in jail? Was the question.
I mean,
he didn't give us an answer.
Well, like, being placed in jail is not something he wants. You know that much.
Nobody wants it, but nobody also wants to be. Well, Sora doesn't understand that whole concept of wanting to be bonded to people. So
yeah,
there's that.
Essentially, he doesn't want to be bondless. That's so much you get there. Whether it's bonded to you or someone else, he doesn't have a specific thing. He obviously, when you bring up the mention of bonding to you or someone else there is always a bit of hesitation because of the obvious distaste for Amethyst. And the somewhat mixed reception from Torben, because it's been sort of back and forth, and so it's one of those ones where it's like he's not like, there's obviously mixed feelings among you guys whether he should be with you or not, and he's aware of that. He's not mindless. He obviously knows what's going on there. So
I said it in chat. Torben, I mean, he just looks at him like a combatant. You know what I mean? That he had, and now he's not that anymore. So there's some ambiguous hostility there, but he doesn't care one way or another.
Sure,
but I mean, he's going to be upset by is if like one of us outright executed him or something like that. Then other than that, he doesn't care one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's more just the interactions he's had.
Yeah.
So it's
I did get a little bit.
Yeah. He's not reading your mind, so he doesn't know what your thoughts are in the matter of that. So, but there's been a mixed reaction so far. So,
Jim, I'll ask him how are his bonds normally chosen? Because he obviously didn't choose the cleric himself.
It is sometimes brokered by people that I've worked with in the past. It is oh, sorry, that's the wrong voice. It is sometimes brokered by people I've worked with in the past, or it can be. My first bond was while I was still at the monastery, and someone wished to essentially. It is similar. It is not. It is not dissimilar to mercenaries or other contracted employees, but it goes deeper than that. So, once my bond was out in the world, then effectively, if no one were to form a bond, I would go to someone who would negotiate, essentially. I know of some people here and there that will do so. Or someone will find me, which was the case most recently. I was asked to come and meet with, and then the contract was there. The bond was formed.
Who asked you? Is it someone you know?
It was it was an I did not know him at the time. I understand he may have some connection to Wraith and to a number of other potentially military people. He has I believe his name. I've had very little interactions with him. I've seen him a number of times since then. His name was Crash.
We know that name.
You sure do.
We know that name.
Yeah, that's on our
He's
no list.
He seems to have connections with the military. I don't know how much the degree of his involvement. I have seen him a number of times, most recently in Biltwater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
So it was nothing to do with the monastery then. They didn't select him.
No, not then. No. Essentially, what he'll get back is that his first bond he ever held was with someone from the monastery when he was in the monastery. His bond has been transferred a couple of times since then. He's in his like early 40s, so I mean he's been transferred around from bond to bond for probably a good 20 years.
But doesn't the bond only break when the person he's bonded with dies?
It can be broken by choice if someone wishes to no longer use my services or wishes the bond to be given off to someone else. In one situation, I was serving someone who wished to have a more quiet existence, and he passed my bond along to someone he worked with. It was more of a merchant type person. Used me as a bodyguard. When he no longer wished to work, he transferred my bond to someone else.
Don't like any of it.
I mean, it is a matter of if someone wishes to pass it along, then they wish to do so. Most recently, the person I was bonded to was killed. And then, without the bond, I was essentially wandering alone until this person, Koresh, brought me to meet with Marva.
If you were bonded to somebody who died and then was brought back, would your bond still be intact? Not that I'm saying that she's going to be brought back, because she's absolutely not.
There's a slight flicker of uncertainty, and with your passive insights there that you got, the two you had there, a little bit of like hope, maybe.
That's why
and then sort of resignation of like, no, the bond, a new bond could be formed if they wished, but it is a bond unto death. I will not be bonded beyond life.
Okay. Weird.
I got a serious question.
Sure.
Is there a paint store nearby?
It's not hard to find a paint store in Dravier. If you're looking for
I would like to go get some black paint.
Not a problem. There'll be some art, some various art supplies. There'll be black ink. There'll be you'll find probably a couple different stores. If you wanted ink, if you wanted shoe polish, if you wanted paint, you can find various places.
Just say how quick I am. I could just be there and back, or do we need to?
I mean, it wouldn't. You walk down the street and say that place might have someone. Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Sure.
We won't leave without you.
Have we sorted out the loot by now?
Yes.
I believe so.
Wait, Sora, move your king. What was that?
Boom.
Ah! I've never seen that. That's cool. That must be new.
Yes.
So what screen I'm looking at?
Because I go boom.
Yes. So I'll go ahead and move you guys on to at least so we know that we are still in Dravier for the most part. So. Yeah. So. You definitely have. As far as I know, all the loot, again, all the loot was shifted around to everybody. If you wanted to pick up anything else in town before you went, or you will find that after over the course of the day after, we'll just call it the day after at this point here, and so essentially you're going to need to find accommodations or sleep on the ship or whatever else you want to do there. You definitely can do so, but the captain of the Sable Drake there will let you know that they're ready to go whenever you are. If you wish to, they will sort of shuttle some crew over to you, a skeleton crew, to be able to get you guys get your ship in the air to follow after them. That's totally fine.
We need to
ready to depart whenever you are.
Talk to the dockmaster to get the name of the ship put on the ship, so we can stop calling it our ship.
Yep.
That's
so
what the shoe polish is for, or that's what the paint is for, and the wine bottle.
So effectively, yes, you can go ahead and I believe I'm not sure who the
trademarked, by the way.
Sure, you can still call it that. I don't care.
Yeah, it's not actually. Serenity's not trademarked. Just FYI.
So effectively, you can have it registered. And so one thing you'll find is that when eyes and ears, when you do call him in, he will let you know that he's spoken with the dockmaster. The paperwork is ready for you to sign to officially take ownership of the ship. It'll be registered under your names and whatever name you want to call it. And team is pleased with your choice, and you can go ahead and sign off that the ship is now yours.
We named the ship Serenity.
We did.
Officially.
The paint on the side of it.
Not the name Sora would have given, but she got outvoted.
I mean, Sora would have probably called it the Blue Paladin or something. So
she definitely would have called it the Blue Paladin.
Brown?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I would find blue paint. If you could find black paint, I'd find blue paint.
It is fairly nondescript looking, very nondescript looking hull in terms of like brownish wood. I mean, nothing. Actually, take that back, because it's mostly made of loftwood, as ships are there. It's kind of a pale colored wood. Essentially, just a kind of the best color there. Kind of a like a cut pine color, that sort of pale wood grain that's there, and it's intact. The sails are just sort of a white, heavy cotton kind of thing. So, yeah, you have the name painted on the side of the ship. The registry has been done here. You've got a skeleton crew, and you take to the air, leaving the sprawl of Dravier behind, with the Sable Drake ahead of you, the darkened, stained hull of that ship, kind of moving through the sky. You follow, and it's not too closely, but close enough that you can see it clearly in the sky ahead of you. And you are off on your journey back home.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why we can't just teleport back home. Like, I just want to get back to Ravenscrest, like now, today.
We're beelining it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get there. It'll give us time for some of us to send out messages to let people know that we're not dead. For those of us who had already told them we were.
I've already done that for the most part, but I know you've got a few people to.
Yeah, I will just say that the second you message Elia, she's kind of freaking out, because she felt obviously what happened, and I would say probably within moments of the actual battle coming to a close, there you're getting messages. You are essentially getting thoughts there. So it's
one of the things that I had in my mind during the fight, both trying to wake Kiva up with my mind and also talking to Elia and letting her know what was happening. But I didn't want to actually put it out there because there was already so much going on. But definitely would have been.
So
letting
a lot of that, and I'm sure it's going to add on to the emotions of the situation there, because you're basically getting this deluge of panicked and worried, panic and worry and everything else like that. So things have obviously settled down now. She understands what happened, and she's anxious to see you, obviously.
I'll just say as well that Amethyst is very emotional about Wraith and everything with that. Like, she did have a glimmer of hope for a while that maybe things could be different with him. And she did just lose part of her group. And obviously she felt him die. So did the others. So she's filling them in on, don't worry, it's not me, it's him. And, and with everything, almost losing Kiva and everything, it's just too much. And I just want to go home.
Yep. So it's not effectively, the skies are clear. It is you are in the first days of the second month of spring, the month of flock time. And it is. Lost Bernie again.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go for it.
One of the nights while we're sailing back, I wanted to go to Sora.
Sure.
Sora's cabin.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'd knock on the door. Hello, Miss Sora.
Yeah, Eldon.
Yes. The doorknob is quite almost out of reach. 1 second.
Nope.
Yes.
I'm coming. Hang on, and I'll open the door. Is he hanging on the door now at this point? Because that'd be hilarious.
No, I was in the middle of casting Mage Hand to reach over
cheater.
So, I have like a tape measure and a little notepad. So I was running through some ideas, and I was considering making you a suit of armor. Yes.
Yeah.
And I require measurements, if that would be acceptable. Would you accept a piece of armor?
Of course. New armor is always good.
Yes. Obviously, it will take me quite a bit of time. However, I think I have some ideas of using some of my new technology, yes, to provide you with more safety. It was very alarming when the three of us went down, yes?
Yes, most definitely. That was horrible.
I do not wish for this to happen again. So I am going to find ways of helping us not go down again. Yes. So, if you could please stand up. Oh well, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Please stand over here.
yeah.
I
I'll
mean,
go over.
you can use your own floating disc to stand on for yourself, so you can reach up higher and stuff like that. So
Yeah. Like
yeah.
raising up, and I'll take all measurements and
Cool.
write down notes.
So yeah, so essentially you go ahead and take your series of measurements for anything else of that.
Hold on, I have one request though.
Yes.
Make it blue.
It has to be blue. We knew it.
Actually, in fact, the idea I have, well, you know my Misium generator, it shines quite a fluorescent blue.
Yeah,
and
that's a pretty blue.
When the spells are activated in the armor, it does have actually a lightning-like effect, although in fact it is not lightning. It is in fact, he's going to go through like an absurd explanation of like the like mana and like how it is like tapping into like natural mana and how it is it's yes. So therefore this armor should in fact produce a similar effect on your when it activates. Yes.
Yeah. Through all of that though, Jim, I definitely fell asleep through some of that.
I mean, you managed to make a saving throw not to, so you kind of like you just sort of like I would say you sort of like I would say you find yourself like just kind of like zoning out, and while you normally would fall asleep, you manage to like still sort of like tune it out and stay awake. So yeah, like
Yeah, you know, like when the teacher's giving the lecture and you shouldn't fall asleep. That's what I was doing the whole time.
Or you're talking to someone on the phone and it just keeps going on and on and on. And you're like, yeah, sure, yeah, right. Oh yeah, You managed to seem interested even though you didn't hear a word of what he said.
Not one.
Yeah.
Nope.
So right. So Lucas, what are you up to on the trip back? Anything special or anything you're looking into or thinking or checking out?
I want to find out if I can transfer the certain death enchantment to a different weapon.
You know, I would say this: you would know that. Yes, you likely can't. You probably can't yourself, but the process that Nils uses, you could probably do there. So, if you do make a trip to Port Oris, there, Nils has that arcane engine that basically can like just strip an enchantment off and push it onto something else there. And so he definitely could do something along those lines for you. And studying it, it's a weird effect because the sword itself has none of the darkness that you saw when Wraith wielded it. There's a bit of it's almost like no trace of anything beyond just the base enchantment of the sword. As you hold it, as you look at it, is a silvery long sword, kind of a long, thin blade, a bit curved at the end, a long handle that can obviously be held one or two handed there. So it is a very nice looking, elegant looking long sword as it is right now. But all the darkness and that sinister quality it had is gone, without a trace. And you would know from the fact you have arcane skill there, so the fact that he probably had it bonded as his blade through that process there, which may have layered on an effect. But there seemed to be another effect happening as well. It's not really something you can. It's not something that you can really attach. So you don't know if it was something that came from maybe Zathor, the darkness that was on the blade there that actually did psychic damage. You have so it has a lethal edge to it there, but it was doing extra damage that was psychic damage on top of its normal damage. That you don't know how that was happening. And it's not something inherent to the sword itself. It's not something that would be inherent to his pact or anything else specifically either. Something else happened there. So there is that. You do know that there's no other weird flashes or anything else from your gem, other than the black facets appearing now that weren't there before that allow you to get advantage on those checks that happen. So, yeah. Other than that, everything you have, you upgraded the armor, so you're kind of settling into that armor there. Once you're bonded to it, it settles in, and you're able to, as all magic armor, once you attune to it and spend time with it kind of adjusts to fit you. And while it's doesn't have the ability that the quality it had before, you also think that quality could be transferred as well. So it's up to you whether that's an option or not as well.
I gave the glamour to Torben, so...
Oh, Torben's got it now?
Yep.
Okay.
That's why my armor was pink for a little while.
Sure. Okay.
Wanted to see how it looked.
Sure.
Lucas will obviously contact Alindra.
Okay.
Yeah. Talk to her, tell her everything's all right, we're all okay.
Good. And she was obviously... Yeah, she obviously is worried. Because I assume you let her know what you were doing, but the fact is that you probably weren't giving her like the daily call or anything else, so she's a bit panicked there. But at the same time, she's also relieved to hear from you. That's not a problem. Yeah. Interesting thing that popped up there. Anything else anyone's doing on the ship here, Torben, Amethyst specifically?
Yes, on the ship. Before I even get on it, I'm going to paint Serenity in big bold letters.
That's already done. Yeah, that was done. Yeah.
But also, I wanted Amethyst or someone else to take the bottle and smash it against the.
We'll do that when we get to Ravenscrest. We'll have an official ceremony and everything. But right now, we need to just go.
Makes sense. Okay. So, yeah. So you are in the air heading on there. So yeah. All right. So you'll find that while the ship is bare bones, like stocks for the galley and everything else like that, most of it was cleared out and emptied, but you do have rations yourself, and you can kind of, based on your range, you do have to. This ship only has about an 8-hour flight time it can do. So effectively, you signal over to the Sable Draken. You guys put down at a landing place there, and are able to at least let the ship recharge. At that point, kind of share stocks with food and everything else, and be able to keep everyone there, because you've only added one person. Well, technically 2 people that you didn't have before on the way there. And the 2 mana technicians. So total of 5 new people with Kiva. Oof. So, you kind of expanded things out there a bit. You have eyes and ears, you got Kiva, Orlosh is there, plus the 2 mana technicians. So you got a number of extra people you're bringing along with you on the way back. So, both ships, there's still plenty of space on the Sable Drake if you want to stay there. But yeah, they're able to kind of move people back and forth. And some of the deckhands will swap from one to the other, so they can kind of go back to the ship that they're more comfortable on, and so they kind of just shuttle people back and forth as needed.
Does Serenity have a crow's nest?
It does. Not as quite as elaborate or as high up as the Sable Drake. The Sable Drake is a larger ship, but it does have on the main mast there a crow's nest there, and essentially while the ship's in the air, Eyes and Ears pops up there and hangs out. You'll move on drop down on the deck as well. What you'll find is interesting is once he's up there on the first day, he doesn't go back up. He doesn't need to.
Because he's the sensors up there.
He put a sensor up on the crow's nest, and so now he has, and you'll find he actually has, he'll let you know that while, just for the heck of it there, he's actually placed a sensor in the crow's nest, one behind the ship, one under the ship, and another one on the front of the ship there. So basically he has like 4 different viewpoints at any given time that he can kind of pick up and kind of cycle through as he goes.
He's awesome.
So glad he came with us.
So he doesn't actually need to sit in the crow's nest at all.
Me too.
He's my favorite.
So.
Have you seen how pretty he is?
That's the pretty much pale white color, 1 blue eye, 1 green eye. And his circlet that he wears, yes. So if anybody else wants to sit in the crow's nest, you obviously could.
Yeah,
Torben wanted to crawl. Yeah, Torben, you get there.
Yeah.
You get a cool view being up there, like looking down the ship. You don't actually see anything odd, although you do have an arcane senses to the degree there, and you'll actually sense kind of a kind of on the top of almost on the top of the mast above you, because the crow's nest is a few, maybe about 6 feet or so. Actually, probably the top of the crow's nest is about 6 to 8 feet from the top of the mast itself. And you'll, looking around at some point there, notice the arcane sensor is placed at the very top of the mast. So you can pretty much get a full 360-degree view around the ship from that point of view. And you kind of see this thing up there. It's a little like a scrying sensor almost, in that it can be visible. It is visible to a degree, but it's not obvious. Essentially, you see that little sensor up there and able to kind of look around. And you don't seem to block its view at all.
Nice.
In that case, over the course of a couple of days, you will get various messages from people there. At some point, Janan checks in with probably you, Torben, checking in because
a big hug, and you don't really see Torben do that very much. But yeah.
Well, though this is sending. She's not physically showing up on the ship there. This is while you're traveling back. Yeah. So, yeah. So she will get a sending from her, kind of like finding out what's happening. She's kind of been. You'll find out that she heard a bit from Alindra already, and she's been checking with some other folks there. The fact that things went well, and you're able to get the news back to her and everything else.
I tell her that that we have the diamond, and we'll be there momentarily after a couple of errands. And
that's good to know. I'm sure that I'm sure the priestess in Ravenscrest there will be very happy to have that back. It's a rather important thing for them to have.
I'm talking to the stone, pretty much knowing the answer. I was like, oh, now that I've got the diamond.
Remember, with her, you don't need to actually worry about that because she can just have a conversation.
Yeah. Right. Now that I've returned the diamond,
her sending is a full-on conversation for.
Gotcha. Now that we're going to return the diamond, am I welcome to stay with my friends? Or am I?
Absolutely. I mean, you're not under contract.
I'm gonna miss you, but
I mean, you only worked for us because you were helping out with various things. Of course. I mean, you whenever you're in town, you definitely check in, and we'll keep tabs on things. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for exchange of information. I know Lucas is going to be here at some point because meeting with his contact from an old Karoon. I understand that there's going to be an opportunity for Lucas to gain access to the circle in there as well. So that would expand your travel opportunities quite a bit. You'd like an old Karoon. It's a very busy place, lots of magic and everything else happening there.
Yeah, I probably would. I liked the city of Dravier quite a bit, but our actions in it was Wraith was very scary.
I'm sure.
And I killed people, and I'm sorry, but they deserved it. They told me that.
Understandable. I mean, no one of sensibilities like myself or you, us academic types.
The group can't hear
like to get involved with
to them, right? Just out of curiosity.
I was you're up in the crows. That's what you can talk to you. So you can talk to her all you want.
Yeah, and I'll say I still haven't told them about my mother, and I don't think I want to.
No reason to. I mean, that's your own. It's not a reflection of you. But if you ever feel you need to talk about it, obviously, I'm sure they would be understanding. If there's Any information you need, you obviously know where to come. Poor Oris is always the Lyceum's always open to you and the rest of the group there.
Yes,
And
catch up on.
of course, I'm sure there's plenty more books for you to pick up on. So
I'm looking up quite the library, but I forgot to. And then he'll reach in his pocket and realize he still has that book of the Raven Queen that he hasn't returned yet that we're getting ready to leave on. But yeah, he'll thank her and just kind of look at the sea or look, wherever we're,
Is that one of ours there? Kind of point is you you mentioned a book there you got there.
Look,
is that one of ours?
It's actually not. I borrowed it from another library, and I was talking to a student there, and I kind of forgot to bring the book back.
That's gonna be a problem,
Yeah, we should. Maybe I could send it to them. Have we left yet? Have we started taking
You're 3 days in the air now.
I will get a message out and send it back. I'm sure there's a way we can do that.
We have an exchange here. Next time you're in Port Oris, drop it off here. We have a way to exchange books. So
I did not steal it. I simply forgot, and it's a very good book.
Of course. I'm glad to hear that. We'll make sure it gets returned where it's supposed to be, because as I understand it, the Grand Academy does not loan out books outside of the student body.
They made that abundantly clear, but technically I was studying there.
And then you left with the book that you weren't supposed to leave. Yes, I understand. But so yeah, she'll just say looks forward to seeing you at some point when you're in Port Oris, and kind of go from there.
One of the most rogue conversations I've ever heard.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I just forgot to bring that.
He didn't mean to steal it though.
I have to admit,
out with it.
Torben is giving me serious Kender vibes at this point. There, if you know Dragonlance. Yes, the small folk of Dragonlance there that's just always just borrowing things and forgetting to give them back, because
don't give me a character flash.
They never actually steal anything. They just forget to give it back. They were just looking at it. So anyway, we're gonna the travel will continue pretty seamlessly. Obviously it's a little slower because you have to put the ship can only go 8 hours at a time, but it does make good time. And so what ends up happening is, with Sterosh steering, he will go ahead and push your ship ahead because it's faster in the short run, and just sort of manages to keep the ship on track and make a little extra time because he can push it faster. In that case, then the Steeple Drake catches up and lands with you guys when you're in the recharge mode, and just kind of keep things going that way. So it's almost like a leapfrog effect that you're kind of happening. They get out ahead of you, and then you catch up, and then pass them, and they catch up to you and land with you when you get there. So over the course of literally a week's worth of time, a little more than a week, you're able to get back to the familiar sites of the lately forested land south of Raven's Crest. And on we'll call it the 9th day of travel, you see the familiar walls down below, the circle of stones that light up for you to be able to land. And actually the Sable Drake will take the landing pad, and Serenity will actually land next to the stones there south of the gate. And with that, we're going to take ourselves a quick break. I know we're about that time here, so we'll take ourselves a quick break here. When we come back there, we'll kind of move along with what's going to happen next with you guys and where you're heading. Some things happening here coming up. So we'll check in with you in a little bit. About 5 minutes or so, we'll be back and ready to kick up again. Okay. And welcome back. So the party is now in Ravenscrest. The ship docked down. Essentially, the Sable Drake in the circle. The Serenity, kind of next to it there. And obviously, the townsfolk are very happy to see not one but two airships landing. As they realize now that the circle is not large enough to accommodate two. But the guards head on out there, and you will see. Effectively, the whole group is essentially escorted into the town itself. Not a lot. You've been going now for a few weeks at this point. Let me double check the calendar real quick. I believe you guys left almost a month ago. Yeah, let me double check that because I want to say
it's been a long time.
Yes, you left during. Let's see here.
Map.
What is this new
map?
building?
Yeah. That okay. So this is the expanded buildings. So eventually that was it's expanded a bit there. It is a smokehouse. That's where all the hunters come in through the small sort of like footman's gate out on the west part of the city. And bring in all of the meat and stuff that they caught, and all the shanks of meat there. And this is sort of almost like a food processing place. So meat is smoked there. A lot of so think of it as it's now basically where all of the meat for the town is processed and prepared. You know, almost a pasture land up in here. There's a lot of sheep and goats and such, kind of in kind of a free range pasture up in here. All these little towns. Effectively, the city has grown a bit. Essentially, the old map, the wall kind of stopped right about at the edge of the graveyard here. So there was no western side over here. The fairgrounds has been sort of shoved outside of the wall with its own kind of walled-in area beyond that. So they are now sort of like a little bit outside the main walls. And a few more houses and small buildings have gone up there, including the actual warehouse district happening up here. A secondary road has been goes on the outside there. They call it the wagon road, effectively, so that the wagons aren't driving through the middle of town. They actually go around the outside and come in through the eastern gate into the areas up in here. So you have essentially a few warehouses that have built up in here. The gatehouses have all been like enlarged and set up there with actual like towers and lookouts and everything else. And they're definitely manned. At each gatehouse, there actually is a little guard station, essentially 1, 2, 3, and effectively 4 that operate the different gates. And other than that, things are pretty much the way you saw there. There's more evidence of Manatech lighting around the place. You'll see sort of more almost like street lights set up on little poles that are somewhat new.
City.
Yeah, it's looking more and more modern in terms of that. The buildings themselves are pretty much the same, but there's more of them, and the roads are becoming a little bit more. The main thoroughfare through the middle is all fully cobblestoned and everything else. So you're able to sort of the whole kind of group of people there, the crew of the Stable Drake, the fact that they got people with you, they pretty much head straight for the Fight Unicorn to take up rooms for the night. The ones that came in town, a number of them stay on the ship itself because that's kind of where they stay. But they definitely are able to find accommodations. Who are you bringing to your house?
Eyes and ears.
Eyes and ears. Okay. Kiva, I assume, obviously.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I say we take Mr. Monk to the jail for now.
Well, we didn't. So
Yeah.
are we just?
He's with you.
He's with us. He's going to the jail for now. He's not being placed in jail as you're a prisoner. It's more of I don't feel comfortable with him in the house, and I don't want him being able to just walk around freely. Or, how late at night is it?
Anywhere.
Oh, I would say it's probably mid-afternoon. I mean, it's actually, yeah.
Then,
you definitely hear, yeah.
Just take him over to the chick.
Yeah, we're all going to the temple then.
So
we're going to get this handled now.
Okay, so once you get everything, essentially people kind of go where they need to go there. Kiva, essentially, you kind of lose track of her. Like,
yeah, she's like checking the place out, isn't she?
and at basically, as you get near to your house, there, Elia's going to come rushing out, and as you go to like Elia, Elia, Kiva, and you don't see her. It's like, where the hell did she go? She'll turn up, you're sure.
I will just send her a sending and say, "This is my hometown. Don't get into any mischief here, please." These are good people.
All the mischief.
I'm getting a drink. Are you kidding me?
No, fine. That's fine. That's fine.
And so yeah, she's able. She'll obviously she'll check in effectively. Essentially, then you sort of have eyes and ears. Will kind of. I mean, he'll recognize the fact the house is there, but he's gonna head off with the crew and go get some food and a drink and something as well, and he'll catch up with you guys once you're settled and such. So he kind of wanders off with the crew members over to the Fighting Unicorn as well to get food and drinks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
He has spent a lot of time talking over things with them and kind of getting with the deckhands and everything else, kind of getting to know the ships and how they work and what's going on there. So over the course of the last 9 days or so. So you're able to head over to the Temple of Rest. And pretty much everywhere you look as you're walking through the streets there, people are kind of like pointing and gawking, and obviously people are waiting and such there. You don't see them rushing up to you, bugging you, or saying anything else that, but there's definitely the air of excitement, the fact that there's people there, and word's already spreading that there's not only one but two airships docked to the south, or landed at the south there. So there's kind of that little bit of hush excitement there happening. And when you get to the Temple of Rest, it's almost relief as you walk in because of all the attention you've been gathering sort of disappears as you step inside, as it is calm and very quiet inside there, almost like a tomb itself, but not in that sinister way, just the quiet peacefulness that you come to associate with this place. So it's basically the five of you, plus Orlosh. Okay. Strava is very pleased to see you, as she always is. It's good to have you back. I appreciate you coming in. And she kind of like sees the extra person, somebody new with you today. Is everything all right? Is things settled, I guess?
Yeah, as well as can be right now.
This individual we can discuss about later. Yes, we have retrieved. I'm sorry, we retrieved the diamond.
Excellent. And she's obviously like just bright. Very good. Wonderful. And
there is an issue with the diamond. However, so The issue is that it currently has several souls housed in it that need to be released. It was being used for a very unfortunate spell source, and yes, it needs to be cleansed.
Mhm.
I will examine it. Let me see.
Mr. Torben?
I will hand out the leather cover, the leather hide that had it wrapped around.
Sure.
It's wait, so sorry, it's not here. Oh, wait, and then it'll go into the right pocket. Here it is. Okay. And then he'll hand it over.
Yeah. And so you know, like the baseball size, roughly baseball size diamond there. And she, oh, very good. And she pauses for a moment, kind of stares at it and kind of closes her eyes. And I see what you mean. There are souls, multiple souls bound to it. And she, please, this way. And she goes up to the main altar there, kind of sets the stone down there, and you see her just sort of like murmuring prayers in it sounds like mostly Elven to you. Although it does sort of like mix in other languages as well. So, and common and Elven, kind of a mixture back and forth a bit. And she's, yes. There are 5 souls bound to this. And she's like, I will have to prepare for this. And I believe I can release them. I can. Yes, yes. They are essentially trapped here, but I can. Yes, the and Amethyst. Yeah, you realize that there were 2 Selector Wraith because there were 7 total that he'd taken so far. Kiva would have been the 8th. So there were five in the gem, 2 more with, and you would assume then that they're probably released along with him.
I hope so.
Mm-hmm. I would say, I will do what I will conduct the rituals to release them and to let their souls pass on to the place of rest. It's strange they were bound to this, what they were going to do, and Orlash who's there will just. They were to be an exchange, as I understand it. They were to. The election of them were to be taken to the place where the person they wanted to contact was being held in exchange for his soul.
The person.
The king, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It was supposed to be something strong enough to be exchanged for his to release his soul from whence it's bound. And she's pauses. I believe that would people that are that defy the order of the Raven Queen and such, and to attempt to do the things that he was supposed to have tried. When they are killed, their souls are often not put in a place of rest, but in a place of confinement, a place of isolation. So it is a matter of potentially they would have used this as a way to trade. Like an exchange of such to secure the release of someone. A being such as him, a darkness is there. it might take more powerful souls or those to effect an exchange. I shudder to think what would have happened if they were able to do so.
Well, we didn't let that happen, did we?
No, it is very good. And she sort of looks over at the monk there and just, you are from Scarlos, are you not? Yes, I was born and trained there, yes. Yeah. It's always interesting to see people from my homeland.
I miss it. Some of the people there myself.
There are good people there, but unfortunately the realities of how things are done there are not always so wonderful.
Not
and you'll notice she actually kind of glances over to where her son is kind of usually present there, kind of cleaning and moving things around there. He's actually kind of wiping down the windows in one section of there, just quietly working. Kind of glances over at him and glances back at the rest of you. It will take time to effect the rituals to release the souls. I will let you know as soon as I'm ready. It may take a couple of hours or so to put everything together and gather my the materials and such. So I will let you know one at a time.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. And
well, actually, one other thing. We have a couple of individuals, as in corpses, that we also need to dispose of. Ms.
We need to lay them to rest.
Yes.
I see.
Amethyst, if you would please, Eldon Light gestures.
Okay. I see, and she's sort of like the wheels kind of click into place there. I said, "Oh, yes."
She's a dirty, dirty cleric.
Who?
The cleric. She's not a cleric of the Raven Queen. She's
no, she's
not.
Let's bring them over to the antechamber over here, and she actually has you bring them over to kind of this side room over here. And you know that typically this would be done down in the southern tower there, but you also know what else is there. So she has you bring them over to this side over here, to the sort of the little antechamber at the back side there. I believe we'll be able to do what we need to do here or outside, depending. But I believe this would be the place that's first to consecrate the bodies before they are fully put to rest. And so you lay out the three there, and sort of looks at them oddly. Because at this point, you pretty much stripped them down because you took most of their gear and stuff off of them. So they're essentially, she just all right then. This is the one.
Naked.
Yeah, I mean, she points to Wraith. This is the one. Is it?
Yes, I like his coat. Flip my collar back.
You have Trexler's coat there. She's pointing to
Trexler, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the cause of all this, apparently.
I believe Lucas is wearing Wraith's armor.
The leather started.
I was referring.
Which you would, which Lucas, with you right there, it is pretty much black on black kind of thing. There, so you are looking a little more sinister than you normally would look there. Obviously, you can change as you need to. In fact, if you want, you can borrow the shift weave back there and put that over top of it and have a more custom outfit you would have over top of it there. But essentially, the armor is jet black. And so she essentially goes through and just starts doing sort of the consecration rites for the bodies and such like that. So you recognize the rituals essentially she's doing there. It's sort of a scaled down version of ceremony. It would essentially just kind of steal the bodies away there. And I see, yes. I can, and she does the cleric, and her eyes narrow. She's essentially the cleric's body there, and the hobgoblin there, Trexer there. And when she comes to Wraith there, she does pause. There is more than one soul bound to this body at the moment. When they are put to rest, they will be released as well. But they are currently entwined. Only loosely. They are not imprisoned, just attached. When he is put to rest, the others will be released as well.
That's what I expected when you said there was only 5 in the diamond.
And so she goes ahead and do you want to be present as I do these, or do you want to
I believe
I do.
Olash that he could assist in that, if he so wishes.
Well, I shouldn't have to do with this kind of thing. He's a monk. So he'll just stand up the side there, just kind of. And you do see he is. If he's present at all, there he is. You catch that he does look at her body fairly often,
right?
And there's not like fear, but there's definitely sort of a grimness to his face. That's there. Not even anger, really, just sort of this resignation that done. So the ritual happens. She essentially has the bodies each that's what she needs to do there. And with when Wraith's soul is she does Wraith for last there of the three. And she tells you that I can sense the other two. There was a young man.
Schoolboy.
Yes. Another the same age. Strong, orcish blood. Very strange. They seem to know each other. But they are free. They can move on.
Good.
And so, well, you can't really see. Sora, you can kind of feel of anyone here. You can kind of feel kind of the shift and ebb in the energy of the room. While you don't see and like recognize it, that it is sort of a divine energy being used. Both the dark and sort of sinister presence of the souls of Trexer and Marva being gone ebbs away. And there's sort of this odd thrilling mix. And with this, you can kind of sense it to a degree as well, at least with those three. And you see that the bodies are all there, and she's like, "It is done. It will definitely the bodies can be taken to ash and put into the ground where they will be at peace. Well, as much as she points to the three, as they can be at peace. I don't think they will find rest where they're going.
No. Nor do they deserve it.
But the other two, they are unbound. It's all right. I think they can be not used for anything sinister. And so I will have the others and soon. I will let you know. And you'll find we can kind of shift away from here for a bit, but we'll just say that at some point the souls from the gems there are literally she will tell you that that Addie's was the first released. and you can kind of feel that presence lessening there, and it's sort of a she's like almost smiles as has gone there. Before that, Titus, and while you didn't know him, you recognize the sense there, and the other three, ones you didn't know. She'll tell you that there's a young man, a goblin, and a woman that you're not really aware. But these souls are put to rest, and they are able to move on, and they're no longer bound. The gem is cleansed, and you have. She will thank you immensely for all of that. Well, were you going to tell her about Orlash? Orlash.
Hold on.
Yes.
Okay.
After all that has been kind of laid to rest, Eldon's been sitting there for a couple of minutes. I'll like kind of do my awkward approach her thing. Yes. Priestess. Small question. This individual that has been here standing over there awkwardly in the corner, is. Do you know of the monks in the bonding? Yes.
Let me just see if how much she knows. I'll just say that much.
Natural.
No.
Not a lot.
What you'll say is I have heard of them. I don't know specifically the order you speak of exactly, but I have heard of the practice, and such.
Yes. So, my intention initially was to have him bond with one of the individuals in our party, as he is currently bondless. However, I have been going over the numbers in my head, and the possibilities of causing strife in the party are very high percentage. So, would you be willing to take this individual to protect the item that we know is buried?
What did I know of them? Understand that the bond once given cannot be broken.
Mm-hmm.
It can be transferred. It can be released. But I would welcome the extra protection. There are a few others, and at this point you would have seen at least there's two other acolytes that are moving around there. And when the bodies are laid to rest there, they will be taking them out to actually do the actual burning and everything else and they've done there. So while there are a couple of others here, it would not hurt to have someone who's focused entirely on security. I would be happy to have someone whose service can be guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So,
it is well above a 92 percentile that having the individual with us would cause issues, and I don't much like the percentage of 8%. So
I understand. I believe I understand the situation. So, yes, I think that I will discuss and find out the best way to make sure that the bond is formed. And so,
also, I did have one other thing, and I'm
yes.
going to my whole arm is going to go digging into my bag of holding,
Sure.
and I pull out the moonsicle. So, one other thing is we did find this on that horrible witch's body. Yes.
And she just kind of glowers at it.
That's not
I
a good look.
am not 100%. I do understand that these items are used in religious spellcastings. Yes. I am not sure if you can use it or I just go.
Oh no, that will be destroyed. That
Yes.
will not
Destroyed.
be in any way that's possible. Yes, I will not have an implement of that sort being It will not be used, I will say that. It will be sealed away or destroyed, whatever I can do.
Yes. And I'm going
She,
to like
she would just kind of
awkwardly
like
hand
this.
it to
She just
her.
kind of take it there, just kind of like you just see her sort of like glower at it as she takes it, just like.
Here, I put a little cloak over it so she doesn't have to
Sure.
physically touch it.
Yeah, she's like it's more like it doesn't actually hurt her anything else. Like she's like because it is an implement of Nero, like who's
Opposite of her.
not so much opposite, but just in opposition to. So to say that this is well, my lady, she brings souls to rest. This is one that would take them and torment them and twist them into things that are not good for anyone.
Yes.
The beings that go under his service there wish nothing but murder.
I'll whisper something into Olash's ear.
Yeah, see that?
Told you we should just sold it.
Well, thank you once again so much for all that you do, and good luck with the individual. Doing quick math in my head, I do think that it will be a rather successful relationship. Yes.
It will make sure that someone here is focused entirely on making sure nothing untoward happens. And Thorben, he will actually like glance at you and sort of nod, at least acknowledging your words while he's not like so much agreement is more of an acknowledgement of like understood.
I'll give a small smile and nod my head back.
Sure. He doesn't really smile at you, just sort of like that sort of understood. And yeah. So Rob, what did you mean that the sickle, or were we talking about there?
No, my
armor. That was the armor. Gotcha.
Gotcha. Yeah, because he can use it. I can't because I have it with the set of armor now.
Sure, yeah. All right. So yeah, it's unpleasant there. You do there seem to be closure around all of that. The souls are set loose. The bodies of the villains essentially are put to rest, and you can focus on other things within the city. As the darkness even though it's getting darker now, we're talking about probably like dinner time-ish. The sun is starting to go down amongst the trees and else that. You just feel the mood lightening, as of course the city itself is in full spring attire. When you left, there was still kind of the meager snow on the ground here and there, little patches here and there in kind of the shadowed areas. Now, plants have come to life. There are flowers and bushes and trees blooming everywhere, and effectively, there's just a different mood in the place. Everyone's like just. There's no solemnness to it. There's no dread, fear running around with that. Everyone seems to be happy you're here, and they are running about doing their things there. Children charging to the streets, playing tag in the kind of the forested open areas or the shrubs, running around there. And you are able to settle in for dinner and Sora, when you finally are back in the house with everyone there, you will find that there are at dinner time there are two other people there.
Yay!
Yeah, those of you recognized Doldris is there. You've returned, along with a much older looking dragonkin female, kind of dressed in what could be described as almost like a business suit, but sort of more like robes, but very much formal looking robes. Kind of starched collars, all hard edges, and kind of severe looking, almost a dark gray color to it.
Grandma.
Yeah.
Sandra.
Yeah. And it kind of looks over all of you as you're all there, and I see that you've all finally come home. It is. I understand that there is a celebration to take place.
There is a celebration we're taking place.
I go to my workshop. I'm just not even.
You like go wait,
No, don't even. Nope.
Watch as you go.
Oh, he already went.
Yeah. Where are the happy couple? Do you know where they went to?
I'm sure that Iris was standing by there, so I believe they're making more arrangements there, all over the place, really. So it is a matter of assuring that everything is in order. Now that you're back, we can settle on a specific date. Then.
Yes. Awesome. Before that goes, everyone, this is Tandra, my grandmother. Grandmother, this is that. Well, that was Eldon. He kind of ran off to the room, and there's Amethyst, and Torben. He's new, and then Lucas.
He goes invisible.
She really like blinks and then.
Yep. No, he's out. He waves. Sorry. And he just he's out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Torben disappears as well.
Yeah. He's out.
Very
Very
skittish. You have skittish and antisocial people amongst you, don't you?
Well, I mean, we just went through something pretty heavy. The big bad guy that we were chasing, he's gone.
Well, it is good to hear. I am glad you are home, such as it is, safely. And she doesn't look around like so much as like a critical eye, just sort of like you're staying in a house with a bunch of other people.
Yeah.
That she doesn't know for the most part. It's just like it's not really disapproving look of anything. It's just sort of like a flat stare over everything there.
I can't believe you went and got roommates instead of having your own house. Yeah, I know. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. And we're just like, it is. We have room secure. Don't worry. And she looks at you like we're not staying here. That's for sure. Like you're welcome.
No.
You sort of get that look because I mean, the two of you being clutch sisters, you have a little bit of that telepathy going on there of just like you're welcome. We're not staying in the house.
You do have a room if you want, soldiers. It's the same place. I don't think, grandmother. I don't think you would like it there.
It's fine, no. And it's just, yes, we have suitable accommodations in at the Jeweled Flagon, I believe it's called. It's very nice. They
Yes.
have the gentleman that runs it there is very pleasant, and so
Very good. Okay. Do you need anything before I go?
well, it is your home. Where are you going?
I'm gonna go find Reese and Catherine.
Oh, of course, yes. You must attend to the preparations. I'm sure. I will. I have done what I could to assist and everything. So it is good to see you.
Good.
We will see you more, I'm sure.
When we flew in, I saw the warehouse district. It looks pretty good, right?
It is functional at the time. Yes, it is. More are going to happen. Yes, I'm sure. I will. It will service our needs for a way station. Yes, exactly.
Very good, very good. Okay, good. I'm happy to see that everything in that is in order.
And sort of Doris gives you that look of like, I'll get her out of here. But she does lean in close and say, he's here too. In Draconic. He got here a couple days ago. Not staying at the same place.
They're not staying at the same place?
No.
Oh, thank God. That would be horrible.
Yes.
Oops, sorry. Hi. Okay, I'm going to go. And I'm going to leave really fast.
Yeah. Glad you're here. We can get things underway. That's really good. And then Tandra's like, we'll see you again soon, darling. I appreciate everything you've done, and it's good to meet all of you. And she sort of looks at the Amethyst, and Lucas are the only ones still standing here
in the corner. Sorry, it's very nice to meet you.
The others
off.
didn't mean to be rude. They're just very shy individuals.
And it takes all kinds, I'm sure. And she'll sort of like head on out there, and they'll just kind of like waving to the two of you, and kind of off in Torben's direction there. Good to see you again. We'll see you again soon.
I'll drop invisibility. I am not shy. I am simply cautious at all times.
What were you saying, Lucas?
So it was very nice to meet you in Draconic.
Yeah, I taught them Draconic on the way here, so that's not helpful.
Yep. So she kind of like smile, and so in that case, yeah, you probably would have overheard, because your perception checks are very, very high on the two of you. Because I'm an Amethyst also, right?
Yeah, Amethyst is learning Draconic.
Enough to at least pick. Yeah, so you're learning here. Enough to kind of pick people that he's here, that he is here too. And well, you may have lost a word or two in there, because again, it was faint and in Draconic. Yes. So they head on out there. Iris is like, well, I'm sure there's a lot to do, so I'm going to be on my way. And she sort of bustles around there, and I believe there's dinner in the kitchen already. Help yourselves. And she looks as frazzled as a dragon can really look there. She's sort of just like kind of that wild-eyed look to her, a little frenetic energy, a little more than normal, and she heads off back into the house.
I'll say in Draconic as she disappears. It was very nice to meet you.
Cole just kind of like grins back there and nods. Well,
I wasn't really listening to what she was saying because I was too busy spamming Sora's mind with questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's happening? Why haven't you told me anything? Who is he? Who are they? Who's getting married? Are you getting married? What's going on right now? I can't believe you didn't tell me. I thought it was your best friend. Oh my god.
So
Sora's just smiling and kind of backing away slowly to get out of the room as fast as she possibly can.
Well,
you're still not going to tell them, or are you going to go ahead and say it?
The telepathy will not go away.
She doesn't care.
It's going to continue until she gets some answers.
Okay.
Sora, when you open up your door, you are shot in the face with a confetti cannon that I'd set up before we left last time.
You did a month ago. Yep. That totally forgot about. Yep. And dealing with the spam in her head, she totally wouldn't have even remembered to look. Yep.
It's poof.
Are you following me, Amethyst? Spamming me in the head?
I haven't moved.
She doesn't have to. She can practice it.
I'm just worried about the confetti cannon giving her the wrong signals, you know? Like, yeah, okay.
Okay. Finally, it's like if Sora's not going to say anything, at least the other person who's been in the house a bit more will go ahead.
Yeah. No, Sora's trying to keep it a secret.
Questioning everybody I can find in the house.
I mean, Elliot's not going to just say, wasn't allowed to
trying to keep it a secret.
But yeah, it's fairly obvious. There's some plans going on.
Even you?
They swore me to secrecy. I
could have died not knowing.
Well, then you wouldn't have had anything to worry about.
I can't believe no one told me.
It's not Sora. I don't think it is. No.
No.
It's
not Sora.
Catherine and Reese.
Oh.
That's why they're not running around doing something. Why they're not here right now. I think. It's been. Yeah.
Why there's flowers and stuff everywhere.
Yeah, you will notice there are a number of like flowers and stuff, a little more growing around the house as you saw. Quite a variety.
I wonder who did that.
Yeah, I wonder who did that. Yeah, that's sort of like the druid's wedding present. Yes, the bouquets and flowers and everything else. So
My poor sending stone. It's been used so many times.
Yes, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, Eldon, you're able to your workshop is undisturbed there. Although you will find a couple things. First off, when you do check in with Sebastian,
Yes, that's what I was going to ask.
yeah, they're one of the armor suits. He's like, I didn't get your permission on this one, but I hope it's okay. One of the armor suits now is now a steel defender, as he is now a battlesmith.
Oh.
Because he's fighting level 3.
Yes.
So he
Mr.
went ahead.
Sebastian, I am so very thrilled. Yes, that is perfectly acceptable.
I figured that might be helpful around the house and such like that. So, also
Yes.
the cannon is fully ready to go for the most part. Although it sounds like we don't need to be using it quite so much. So I think we're probably pretty good. But yeah, this little one here, the other one, I've been sort of like keeping as a just a guard to set up in various places at time. There, it is mobile and such, but it doesn't quite have the range of abilities this one has. As I can command this one a little bit easier than that one.
Perfect. And
yeah.
The last thing was we did discuss getting the tunnels dug out, as I am going to be needing the mushrooms to create additional mysium.
Yeah, Brevalor seems to have that pretty well in hand. He's been doing all that, so kind of trying to keep out of each other's hair whenever we can. So, but he says last I checked, I talked to him, things are moving along there. You obviously know where things are.
Yes, and actually, interesting fact, and I'll like walk over and clear a small spot on my work table, and I'll lay out the blueprints of Sora's armor, and like kind of flatten it all out.
That's a lot of. Okay, that's going to be a project and a half.
This is going to take us months to build. Certainly.
I'm going to say you, because I don't understand how that metal works. That's some weird stuff right there. So I can help with
to teach you some, as however it is very difficult. So start you on the process of opening your mind to possibilities of magic. Yes. So Eldon claps his hands together.
Yeah.
And let's get to work. Yes.
Right. All right then. And we'll see. Torben, Lucas, you see, go back up on top there. You will see at some point during everyone kind of going off doing their things like that. You will actually spot Brevalor heading into the kitchen there. So the elven ex-member of the organization that Okoa was part of. Torben, you've seen this guy. You've seen him around there. You probably talked to him a little bit here, but you don't know the history of him because that happened before you were here. But he seems to be a green-haired elf that's been staying at the house as well. Good to have you back. All right then. I believe that I'm sure he'll be a little bit more lively again now that you're here. I trust everything went well.
Yeah, fine.
Good. The subterranean garden is coming along. I'm sure Eldon will be pleased. A little bit outside as well, but I don't seem to like this. There's not that much I like around here very much. Tend to stay at the house. So good that you're all back though. Sort of just nods and heads into the kitchen and gets some food there. All right. But I believe things in place. Do you think that I've had a number of visits from the young lady, the young person, from the flagon. They come over quite often to help out a bit. So, is there anything else you need? I'll be around, I suppose.
Yeah, great.
Okay. Both of you, one thing you'll pick up, you've been around for a bit here. Something you've never quite picked up on before is that you've met a number of other, just in your travels at this point here, you've met a number of other elves and such. And something about Brevalor sort of nags at you a little bit differently. While he has the green hair and green eyes typical of wood elves, skin isn't quite right. And he definitely doesn't have quite the same, like his build and height seem a little bit different than most wood elves that you've seen so far. You've seen a few here and there. And like it's almost like his complexion and stuff reminds you a little bit of Galley Joe from the Sable Drake, in that he's not really a normal looking elf. Give me I guess a nature check would be the best one there.
Yeah.
Thorben. You are 14.
14.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that's fine.
Reliable talent for the win.
So you kind of like you recognize all this. So Lucas, you realize that there's, and you kind of put like 2 and 2 together because you know where he's from, and you realize that this is not an elf from here. This is an elf from the Feywild.
Oh, goody.
Oh, and a legend.
More than likely an Eladrin. Based on his coloring, the change, the difference in his complexion, stuff like that, and the fact that where he's from, you know the fact that the area down in that part of the world has a lot of Fey influence.
Interesting.
Which also means he'd probably be a lot older than you think as well. Because with the 21, you'll realize that elves in the Feywild are effectively immortal. So a little something there. Anything you guys want to do? You two want to be up to, or anything else that Amethyst wants to physically do here for the evening, as the evening events sort of settle in.
As everybody's like in the whole thing, Torben will just will dip out for like 15-20 minutes and head to the Temple of Rest for a little bit.
Sure.
And then head back in before anyone knows.
If I know that's where Torben's going, I'll wait till he comes back because I wanted to go there with Elia also.
Okay, so it's not hard.
If you would have mentioned it, like if you would have known you would have went out, he just would have went with you. He would just
essentially you went on your
to.
own. Yeah. So essentially, so anything you want to do there specifically, or
he's just I guess the right word would be praying.
Okay,
but more for him just talking.
Sure. I mean, you go and you don't find a specific connection. You definitely find a lot of peace there. It's definitely a oddly peaceful place for what it is. Yeah. And I would say you probably didn't spend too much. There's actually a larger temple to the Raven Queen in Port Orif, but didn't spend a lot of time there. It was sort of kind of a very big, imposing place as opposed to this one, which is just more peaceful in general. Amethyst, Elia's happy to go with you. You're able to go there, and specifically, when you talk to, or just doing your own thing.
Just wanted to say a few words for Addy.
Sure.
And also say a few words to Wraith.
Sure.
Shout at him. And tell him that, he could have been one of us, he could have been our brother, but instead he chose a dark path and look where it got him. Amethyst has lots of regrets.
Yeah. Elia's right there holding your hand and everything the whole time there. And I mean, one thing you get is there's no response. There's no flare up of anything. It's just things are quiet there, and things are obviously at peace in a way that you haven't really felt in a long time. The tension you've been feeling for so long, you didn't kind of like that you didn't realize you were clenching something inside your mind and in your shoulders and your back and all that. While the sadness is there, that tension is gone because there's no longer a conflict that you're feeling. So, and Ellie is kind of right there, kind of definitely. While she doesn't have the degree of connection that you've had, she, with you especially, she is right there, and like she kind of almost like somehow or other puts her hand kind of behind your shoulder, and you feel that tension even lessen more, and in a way that you haven't felt in quite a long time. All right. So, the next, as the evening settles in and you're able to get a good night's rest in your own beds for the first time in a long time, you're able to settle in, relax, do all the things that you haven't been able to do for a while. You have your workshop, time with the various instruments you neglected there, Lucas, and kind of looking over music and such like that. Thora, as she's kneeling down and kind of feeling the peace of the kind of the place you established, although Avress is there cleaning up the confetti, you're able to settle in and kind of on the prayer mat that you set up there and there. Luke, Torben, you're able to. The room you didn't spend much time in, but you have your own room there, and the shelves are mostly empty. Although there's a couple of shelf books they're kind of placed on the shelf there. Ones that you're able to kind of start rifling through and going through, and you'll just settle in there. The evening will settle. Catherine and Reese do return there, and confirming that yes, the wedding has happened, and now that the wedding will be happening, especially now that you're back. Hopefully, this can happen soon. Arrangements are being made and everything else, and they've been running around doing all kinds of craziness for the time being. Or I'm assuming you mentioned somebody to the point where they got word of them that you guys were on the way back, so now they're kind of like able to actually make a little more in the way of arrangements. So,
no, I had Mrs. Irish that
and
everything was good, and I was on my way back.
Cool. So they kind of put the planning into full gear and everything else. And as there's anything else there, the evening will come to a close, and the next day, kind of the first day you haven't had to be anywhere or do anything specific or chase someone down, or you have some time to yourself.
Aldon, I swear if they heard that stupid alarm going off, I'm going to throw it in your face. Sora's definitely sleeping in tonight.
In workshop, so I mean he sleeps down
workshop, and it is going to go off promptly at 5:40. I increased the time to sleep in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't ring through the entire house though, so it's fine.
Is this is it a physical alarm clock?
It is a physical alarm clock. Yes, it is a small bird that I wound up, and it lets out like hwah 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 hwah.
I'm gonna smash it.
Yeah. Well, you're entire floor between you and Eldon, so not a problem really there. So
Very good.
So the only one that might have a chance to hear it would be, Sebastian, because he's right above there, and maybe Brevalor and maybe Torben, but probably not. So in the immediate future, you will learn that the town square has been offered up as a place to have the actual wedding, because as you're finding here, pretty much the whole town is planning to turn out for it. A lot of decorations and celebrations are planned, kind of doubled up on the fact that you're all back, and seemingly the potential threat that had been looming for a while is no longer an issue for the town. the crew of the Sable Drake is going to stick around for a couple days as they kind of settle. They've been stuck in other places for a while, but they are planning to move on here soon. Fairwood's speaking with them about essentially taking a shipment back for him, or taking some folks there to move some equipment and such. And so they're working out those details. But yes, pretty much the town is yours to do with what you want, for at least a few days until the wedding is actually happening. 3 days.
So a couple of things that Eldon would like to get accomplished is visiting his cousin. Twice removed on his father's side, Nevis.
Yep.
And then also visiting the blacksmith. I want to put in for an order for, I need some mithril shavings. Or mithril rod. I need a small mithril rod.
Okay. You need to go to Port Oris for that.
Yeah.
So, you're able to kind of get that order placed. Essentially, it's not a problem.
Yeah, I want to get the order placed for those materials, and then I want to talk to Nimbus about a Manitech guiding bolt attack, and talk to him. So, cousin, it is good to see you again.
Of course, yes.
Yes, I did actually, in fact, die on this trip, but was resurrected. Yes, it was a harrowing experience, to say the least.
No doubt. Yes, of course.
Yes. That being said, and Eldon claps his hands together. So, one of the situations that I have found myself in is a lack of radiant abilities. Yes, I was wondering, as I do not have access to religious, the more religious parts of Manitech. Yes.
Divine spell plates are definitely a little more difficult to acquire, but we can definitely put in an order for something along those lines. Obviously, there's you and I don't have that capability, and no one else here has divine abilities to craft spell plates and such. But I'm sure we can put one on order.
Also, cousin, I remember us discussing briefly about a possibility of increasing the spell's level.
This is such a difficult thing and so unpredictable. You know that the simple chill the chill touch gauntlet that it created there, that never quite worked out the bugs in terms of being able to recharge and such. It'd be I never been able to crack that issue.
Yes, so I believe that our group is going to be staying in town, or at least I am, for a couple of weeks. Yes, so I was wanting to work on that.
Well, I would be happy to help out with whatever I can do. I do have some designs of my own I'm working on, and we'll have to. I was planning to speak with your entire group at some point to see if anyone's interested in it specifically, but I will say that for another time, as there is things to see if anyone wishes to purchase the item. The prototype that I've created.
Oh, perfect. Yes, and of course, 2 minds are better than 1. So if you could use a fellow artificer, I would be totally willing.
I would say 3 minds, as you have another one working for you at the house there. I spoke with him, I think, there, yes. And it's good to see someone. He's definitely moving into his own with a number of things. I've seen his creation a bit, stomping around town, following him various places. But that is very interesting.
Yes, I indeed did praise him quite last night, and
Good.
His great work. It is an incredible thing to create a defender. Yes, I did not particularly take that path, but it is a great path. Yes.
Yes. Of course.
So
Yes. We will discuss more soon. We'll do some planning. I believe that there's more things to be done, but I think the city is coming along very well. We have more Manatech lights and more working on the timing and the automatic sensors to make them go on and off. But for the most part now, we have the city guard going on and activating them. But I do want to work on having ways to have it on their own. So, so you kind of. So you will kind of trail off in discussion for a bit there,
it's
and
going to turn into like a crazy conversation about magic and that kind of stuff.
All right,
it'd be great. Yep.
Oh, absolutely. So you guys definitely essentially you'll find Kiva at the bar, kind of yucking it up with the crew, the airship crews that are staying at the fighting Unicorn. Yes. So you'll find that she's definitely happy to spend some drinks there. She never quite gets sloshed, but she's definitely happy to the point where she's just like obviously in her element, chatting with people, a lot of people, and this where she isn't talking, she's part of part of the conversations. And you'll notice that being her in person here in this element, she seems to have a lot more awareness of conversations that are happening, of things that she's not even a part of. Because she'll all of a sudden just kind of stop, lean over, and add something to somebody else's conversation, like mid-drink. And so, oh yeah, that sounds good, yeah, right. And just back to, like, she almost like hold like 5 conversations at once.
I mean,
in some ways.
Language listening to me, so.
Yeah. And so a little bit of, you're not sure how much she's picking up with her ears and how much she's picking up with her mind, because she's definitely doing something that you don't normally see. And now in this situation, she's definitely more in her element. Elia's very happy to meet with her and talk with her. He was definitely more outgoing than either of you. She definitely blends into the crowd and very much seems to be a little barfly.
Cool.
You're a bit, I mean, you've talked to her a bit. You've had time to talk with her for the last like week and a half almost. Kind of learned that she's grew up on the streets of Dravier. She was an urchin for the most part there, and spent her time, and until she was in her teens when she got brought into essentially an orphanage, pretty much, and then moved on to actually being an academy student, and was able to go to the academy by day, syndicate by night, messing around with the mental power she had, and then eventually kind of going off on her own to do a lot of freelance work and such. So somewhere around...
Is she like an arcane trickster?
No, she is a soul knife rogue.
Oh, okay.
She can produce blades with her mind, essentially, and she has some telepathic abilities associated.
Almost where Torben was going, by the way.
Yeah.
I decided not to.
Yeah. So yeah, she is definitely psychic in that aspect there. So while doesn't have quite the range of abilities that Amethyst does, more than Elia does, and can manifest abilities that way. So, it's one of those things of she's almost like, in terms of like social, the social butterflyness there, it's like Elia, then you, then her. Although Elia has the advantage that she knows everybody here.
Well, yeah.
And they all know her because she grew up here. So, but there is that. So you guys have a very fun and just relaxing evening before turning in. Anything specifically you wanted to check out or go for? Or?
I will be messaging Mabel at some point just to let her know that Abby's now at rest.
Yeah.
To let the others know as well.
Yeah, she's very thankful for that. I mean, she didn't. It's obviously she it's a full conversation, so it's just a very thankful message of.
And then the same again to the priestess. The woman who was with the student.
Oh yes, yes.
Let her know the same.
Yes, she definitely is thankful as well. To know things have settled there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So then I guess, Laura, what is, I know you weren't part of the planning stages at least, but what do you envision that all comes together here?
So it's going to be in the town square.
Mm-hmm.
And the flowers that are already up are just going to be dulled up a little bit more, specifically into the colors that they choose. Chairs all set out. No, but this time not. They are all set out everywhere. There's an archway over top of where they would be standing, a row for them to go down. And instead of flowers lining the inside of the row, it would be little nanotech lights lighting it up so they can, as they go down the row, they light up, hopefully. And then obviously the mayor doing the officiating.
Happy to do so. Absolutely.
Yeah. The mayor, I appreciate it because, nerves and stuff. And
understandable. This is probably the first big celebration we've had since Grove Fest, especially. So, and even that was a bit muted this year, but good to have everyone here. You all back, and this festivities, and of course, we're going to make things lively as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I know it's the first dragons to get married here as well.
Probably. And then
these are humans.
And
Catherine and Reese are both human.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Part of human. Yeah.
Because Catherine's parents are no longer living, Tundra would be walking her down the aisle.
Sure.
And I would be sitting up front, and the he, to answer your question there, Amethyst, my brother and his wife, Strega.
And one thing, it doesn't take any bit of insight there. The only person who might be oblivious to might be Eldon. There is definitely not so much like hostility, but just absolute like we're not going to look at each other between Tundra and Strega. Like there's definitely this like
they don't.
Yep, we don't. Yeah. Well,
she will sit on Catherine's side, and he will be on Reese's side. Sure. Yeah, they are separated.
They kind of like hang back there to basically view things, and so the two of them there. So yeah, so Strega is there. He's not wearing his armor. He does have his sword on his back because he doesn't need to go anywhere without that big old two-handed sword across his back there. She is dressed in very beautiful, kind of silvery white robes and such. Very, very, looking very happy to be there. Other than that, most of the town, on the actual day of the festivities there is either sitting or standing kind of nearby. You'll find just about everybody that you know of anyway, and a lot of people you don't know because you don't know everyone in the city here, but they're all sort of all around there. And the actual like little archway where the mayor is standing is kind of just out in front of the actual town hall here. So a little raised platform there, a little temporary setup. You'll see kind of people like along the buildings on both sides there and along the fence lines and kind of standing around on the edges there. And a lot of people, but the seats are all filled. And the mayor is very happily kind of beaming at everybody there. Is there anyone you want to specifically look for, speak with as the festivities are starting up?
Are we done with the wedding? Going into the party part?
No, this is kind of the setup. People are all there getting settled.
Okay.
Yeah. Where do you find yourselves going to? I should say.
Eldon is just kind of like following Amethyst around. Nose completely stuck in his book. So it's more like I could definitely recognize a cat, so I'll follow the cat. The type of thing.
Why follow me?
I
most recognizable person there, I guess.
Yes.
Yep.
There's a fucking blue dragon.
She's kind of in the middle of things, I would say.
Yes.
Yeah.
However, have you seen how busy she is today? I just I was
actually 4.
thinking of staying
I
out
forgot
of
about
their
the
way.
floor.
I don't actually understand the level of animosity between the male dragonborn and the female dragonborn. I feel like if they're family, they should get along, but clearly
they're different colors, aren't they? So
No.
yes.
So the actual so you have Tundra blue, Doldrus, Sora, and Strega all blue.
All blue.
You have the Strega's wife
dragonborn.
white. You have Iris, who's brass, and there's the gold dragonborn that's hanging around the area too. So there's more dragonkin. There's more dragonkin in this place than you've seen anywhere in one given place at this point. There, and people in town are kind of like, "Whoa!" Yeah,
Yes.
I mean they've gotten used to seeing, well, Sora and Iris around the area for the most part there, but now having like this many more, like this is crazy. So there's definitely a lot of like kind of like and kind of pointing out there as they didn't realize there were that many here at one time.
Yes. So I just figured I would follow you and Ellie around as you know.
Okay, that.
Yeah, Kiva. Yes. Once the crowd is fully in place, there she kind of like go and then she darts off and she's I'll be back, and she's kind of off and running there. So Lucas and Torben, how about you guys? Where you headed to?
Honestly, Torben is just happy to be home.
Sure,
but like, I mean, he would be going to his favorite like restaurant, which I guess.
I mean, during the wedding setup and all that, so that's happening.
The wedding setup, he's waiting for instructions, or if he's going, or like, there's not much. He's not involved either way.
Okay. Yeah,
to do something, but like, he's not like actually like actively offering to go like set up chairs.
I mean, none of us were invited.
I mean, you're all
like
I'm talking about like you'll find your names are on chairs. That's how invited you are.
Okay.
Yeah. Why would you need the chairs? You've kept it a secret from us.
I have.
Yeah,
because
be busy in 3 days. Know what our plans are. Next time, ask.
This is like all telepathically because like Sora is running around putting the last minute things up and setting up the food that is supposed to be done afterward, and special things that are happening and making sure that people were doing. Sora is running around like a wedding planner right now at this moment, making sure that things are getting done.
Yeah. So I mean, the day of the wedding is here, and you guys are kind of like settling among the crowd, and people are kind of settling into places there. Obviously, anything you want to do between now and then, I mean, that's just going to be sort of your own little side projects and stuff like that. But I mean, in terms of like the actual event, we are there. And so, anything for Lucas there specifically?
No, not particularly. It'll be sitting aside, maybe playing some background music while everyone's setting up. Obviously, until the proper music comes on.
Sure. Effectively, you have
proper music. Proper music.
Effectively, it's one thing that the town doesn't really have any bards in it, actually, for the most part. There's people that actually do like play a little bit here and there, and you've hung out and learned some of the local songs and everything else. But in terms of like actual like performers, there's nobody that lives here essentially. So
if they need any music, I'll be happy to perform.
Yeah. You are definitely recruited to basically provide music as the crowd is kind of getting into place there, and Catherine especially is like, but I forgot. I didn't have any music. So, Lucas, thank you. And so she's just sort of like absolutely like asking you to just something to keep things lively and people running around doing stuff. Yes.
I can juggle.
Sure, that sounds great. Sure. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, yeah. Essentially, what ended up happening is the music there, people kind of be like smiling at the music there. Torben, you end up with a crowd of kids around you because rather than keeping them running underfoot there, like once the first couple of kids show up there, any other kids, the parents are like go over there.
Right.
Watch
Turn me into a babysitter.
Watch the juggler as the
like little ball bearing, like silver balls to like
sure.
daggers to like, and then he lights them on fire, and then that's
sure, yeah, like oh, at some point there, the older kids sort of like pull the younger kids a little further back once the daggers and the flaming daggers come out. But for the most part, yeah, everyone's enjoying during their time there. As the morning turns into afternoon, like early afternoon, the ceremony will end up starting up there, and the mayor will call everyone together, and you'll see as all the chairs fill up quickly there, and people are spilled around the side there, checking things out. And the mayor's, thank you all for coming. It is wonderful to have everyone here for such a joyous celebration. Our first wedding of the season, actually. It is wonderful to have everyone present and music and entertainment and just wonderful to see. I'm so happy to have everyone here. We are here to celebrate the wedding of two of our more recent residents, both Catherine Reese, and he kind of points to the two of them sitting on either side there. And it's not overly formal. It's just sort of like they're both sitting there in very nice outfits, very beautiful clothing and everything else, and looking very nicely. There, he calls them, and they kind of Tandra's has walked Catherine up to the area there, and they move into place and kind of stand on the platform there with the mayor standing behind them there, and the mayor just, we are all gathered here for this joyous occasion of our first matrimony of the season. So, and it just launches into a somewhat formalized, but not really. It's like he's not reading from a script. He's just sort of like ad-libbing it a bit here and there. But it's all very pleasant, and somewhat formalized ceremony. And you get the impression that he's done this before, but not very many times. Like stumble at the pause for a moment as he's remembering something, and then they continue on there. But it does come through that the vows and the everything takes place. No lightning bolts rain down from the sky. It is a clear day, and for the first time, you're all sort of on edge of like something bad's going to happen. Something bad's going to happen, and you all breathe a sigh of relief as the I do's occur, and the married couple have their first official kiss, and the crowd cheers, and the mayor thanks everyone for their attendance there, and please enjoy all of the food and festivities throughout the rest of the day into the evening, and please see where things take us. And he sends everyone off to go and have a wonderful time. So,
wait, yes, the wedding has food and
yes.
there's banners and all kinds of stuff.
Lots of food, lots of booze. It's gonna be fun.
Lots of drinks.
Mm-hmm.
I would be also casting some pyrotechnics.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Perfect.
They're the
everyone
banners
oohs and ahs. Yes.
Say congratulations, just a blanket statement. And then there's the big wedding cake that everybody is very well versed in. And then there's a smaller cake. It's more private for us, and I will explain that just in message down here. I'm on the wrong screen.
Is it there? Is it there at the festivities, or do you just kind of like pull everyone aside and do this?
I'm gonna pull everybody aside.
Sure.
It's a private cake. Let them have their own cake.
With the meat cake, yes.
Yeah.
Can I use minor illusion to? Can I use minor illusion to have the happy couple, like small versions, dancing on the top of the cake?
Oh, absolutely, easily done. And Lucas, you can of course keep the music going or as much as you want there, or at some point you step aside and if you like decent musicians there, a little piper, a stringed instrument there, a little drummer there, will take up, and while they're not like virtuosos by any means, they can at least provide the basics for a fun, lively music there. Let's see if I happen to have some of it real quick. I think this might have music in it.
Oh, he went and got music and everything.
It's a little bit too... How that works, it's fine. Just something in the background there happening. So, yeah, my tavern music went away. So, oh well. But yeah, so essentially you have a pleasant afternoon. Lots of food, and yeah, Torben, there's a big table set out there. So effectively, you'll find that the cake and all the drinks and liveliness there are in front of the jeweled flagon there. Just the essentially buffet of food is set out in front of the fighting unicorn on the other side, and people kind of mill back and forth. The chairs are kind of pulled away into set up into little like little clusters of chairs rather than rows. People can sit and eat. And effectively, you have the opportunity to talk with and play around with anybody else you wish to have. And I believe the cake that you pulled aside was also for a.
There was that too.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So there is also
there is a birthday cake there.
Yes.
For Mr. Eldon.
So Eldon, there was a small cake there set aside for you with your name on it there, since there was no celebration for your birthday during the time you were heading to the Roanoke Village.
Oh, I have not actually got one of these in a number of decades. Thank you. Yes.
How many have you had? That's like 147, right?
No.
And then he whips the leg off of his shoulder.
Can I find some quiche?
What's quiche?
Sure. Whatever you can imagine. There's tons of food here. We're feeding the entire city. And then some.
Yep. Yeah. Essentially, as things start to run out, more stuff is put out. So when you come back, there'll be entirely different things, different plates of food, and so it's just like no one is walking away hungry today. There's not a crazy amount of alcoholic drinks because they don't want everyone getting crazy. But you have a feeling that the taverns are going to be running late throughout the evening there. Most things there's some cider and a lot of like juices and stuff like that flowing today, but those that inquire about it will be let you know that the taverns will be open all night long.
I go and get the. I ask, what's his name? Oh no, his name for a fruity drink. Actually, participate in the drinking.
Oh, yeah, that sounds really good, actually.
Yes. Oh no, the alchemist. What is his name?
Andres.
Oh no, Andres. Yes.
Andres.
I was like, it starts with an A.
Yep.
Yes. So
yeah.
I asked
him
for another very fruity drink, like last time.
And he absolutely is happy to serve it to you. And one thing you will notice that there's a lot of people running around just having a good time. There's as you saw during the last gathering that happened there, Ginny, the Undress's, well, there is definitely showing more, as she is quite obviously with child. There is absolutely no hesitation from the mayor, Albus, and Elia's brother, from just walking around arm in arm, hand in hand, whatever, throughout the crowd. Everyone like wishing them the best there. Dennis is moving through the crowd there, and at some point, Thora, you will see him speaking directly with Tundra, as Master Fairwood and Tundra are what's obviously discussing business.
Grandmother, seriously, I just shake my head.
Yep.
Wasn't with Sora at the wedding?
Yes, Sora was at the wedding.
No, was he not with you during the wedding ceremony?
Who?
Him.
No, him was my brother and his sister, not him.
Oh.
Yeah, he's not there. Nope.
All right.
He was the only sending message that I sent saying that I was alive, outside of Iris.
Mm-hmm. Yep. With so again, yeah, people are all celebrating, running around. You see, there's definitely a lighter mood there. There are some guards kind of like just there mingling. Some of them in uniform, some of them are not. Riley is actually not in uniform. She's just tearing around, kind of talking with people all over the place, and you can tell she's definitely not. She is definitely partaking of the more alcoholic varieties, as she tends to do so. But is there anything else you're looking into? People you want to discuss? People you want to run into and talk to?
I want to talk to Sora's grandmother and find out what this drama is.
Okay. So
very, very charismatic.
Okay. So you approach, and she just sort of looks at you and is like, "You're friends with my granddaughter, I understand. Yes."
Yeah, I'm her best friend.
Very
We've
nice.
been through a lot
Very nice.
together.
I have heard inklings of this. Yes, I appreciate helping her find purpose and something to do with her time, of course. And she is no longer directly working with us.
Well, she is a credit to you. She is an amazing person, and we all care for her a lot.
I have always thought so, yes.
And her teeth are very shiny and pointy as well.
You're not here.
He might be.
I am, yeah. Unless I was excluded from you guys, and yeah, I would be.
Well, I went to find her on my own.
Yeah, so, Torben, you can definitely pop up behind there. And yes, of course. It is as it should be. And she definitely has very shiny teeth as well. I understand that there's a number of opportunities here that are only arising because of your effort. You and your group, as I should say. So, what is your question?
I would like to get her a couple of drinks and have a good old chat with her, tell her loads of stuff about everything and get her to, I just see if she'll just tell me.
Okay, give me a charisma check. We'll call it persuasion. You have persuasion, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Careful, she's the slippery one.
Not when I roll a 2. Can I use my inspiration?
You absolutely can. Go for it. Absolutely.
Oh, look, a 5. Amazing.
Wow. It's not bad. So she won't spill every little secret, but she's willing to talk. And you will learn that she was definitely worried about little Sora after the death of her older sister and her clutch brother. Sorry, and the disruption to the family it caused in the wake of that tragedy. The fact that her brother, and at that she does kind of glare off in the direction of where Strig is talking to probably the Gold Dragonkin, because I mean, comparing notes with somebody else who's also a big fighter type there, he would definitely kind of gravitate toward that at some point. Just kind of glare off his direction there, and it took it into his head to enact his own brand of justice and such. And so you can get the impression that he went all vigilante on the situation.
Well, okay.
Sora was only, she was barely a teenager at that point, and she was only about 8 when that happened. And then within a few years of that, the brother had left, their mother had left as well, devastated by the loss and wanting to find some other purpose beyond trying to do family business things. And there's definitely some bitterness there of the fact that the mother left and the oldest brother left. It was not obviously at the same time, but fairly close together.
Well, I will try to persuade her that we were close to losing Sora, and you realise that life is fleeting, and perhaps holding grudges isn't really the best way forward. And maybe a celebration like this might be a good time to let it all go.
I understand. I appreciate the information and the chance to talk. It is very wonderful to speak with the people that spend so much time with my little Sora and
little Sora.
Yeah. She's actually shorter. She's actually probably about the same height as you, Amethyst. Because she's not. Well, she has sort of Dragon can come on all different builds and sizes, and Sora's on the taller, bulkier side, broad-shouldered side there, where she's like. When Doldrus is the opposite of these shorter, skinnier side there, she is bulky and short. So it's like very matronly looking in terms of like.
I feeling.
But while you can't, it's not obviously like Dragonkin age is not obvious. There's definitely the signs of that you would see in others there. The scales in some places have faded somewhat in the coloration there, and you can definitely see that there's more hesitation, a bit of a stoop to her shoulders, and just sort of just a hesitation in her step and everything else. So, but she definitely has that keen, quick mind that of someone who's definitely a business person. That's very obvious amongst there.
All right. I'll leave her in peace.
Sure. She's very happy to have spoken with you and finds is happy that there are people that care about her granddaughter so much and they're driving her on to good things.
I will try to see if she's still glaring at him though.
Doesn't. It was a brief thing. It wasn't a constant like Arr. It was sort of like a long-seated something that's in the past. But it's never going to go away entirely. Yeah.
Yeah. Just to be clear, I did say we came close to losing Sora. I didn't actually say that she died at one point.
Oh, I know. So. And I would say she kind of, there was a bit of an alarm there, but she has to accept the fact that, even when Sora, before she left, she was already doing like bandit patrols and getting into fights and doing combat things, so she's aware of the risk. So, all right. Anyone, Thor and Eldon having a good time with the cake and stuff?
Once I am done cleaning Eldon up, I want to kind of pull my brother and my sister-in-law to the side.
Yes.
And I'm going to reach into that red pouch that I have and kind of discreetly pull out the gems and see if they recognize it at all.
I mean,
well, it's a necklace, right, or a brooch, or something to that
no,
effect.
but they were just loose gems set in the
Okay.
in the puzzle.
Yeah. They're set in the puzzle box, yeah, and I still have that puzzle box. So yeah.
I mean, so you pull it out there, and essentially, you never quite close it all the way because you don't think you never get it open again too because the puzzle box.
Right.
So you kind of lift the lid and let me just see which. Yeah, he just goes, nice.
Pretty.
Yeah. She smiles and kind of looks at him and looks at the gems and
Interesting collection there. I think that there's a number of specific arrangements and assortment, I'd say.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Workmanship is very interesting as well. I don't think I've seen the like in this any craftsman locally, especially.
No, you wouldn't. We kind of got it off a dragon, I think. He was a dragon.
A dragon, you say? Right.
Yeah. No, really.
Hmm.
Pretty sure he was a dragon.
Well, that would be a first. I mean, first you told your brother you talked to. Yeah. First you're talking to him, and now you're meeting them.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. I think that.
We think Sora's going insane.
Yeah, it's like maybe introduce us sometime. Next time you have a chance to a little mixer with these dragon folk that you spend time with. She kind of like elbows him, and he barely notices.
Yeah. Older brother picking on little sister. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
But anything. I mean, she does know that there's like that's a very interesting collection. I mean, I'm not sure that there's exactly a like that I've seen, especially the box.
Okay, so then I'll just keep this. Yeah, and it was just kind of a get in touch, make sure, see if they've heard anything more about the conversation we had last. It's been a month since we've talked to them last.
And they'll let you know. I mean, any specific questions there, or it turns into not so much business talk of just things that have been happening around Port Oris in terms of there have been. You will get a bit of a impression that business has been a little more difficult for Striga recently, like actual business stuff. Not so much that I mean, he kind of glances up toward in the warehouse area there, saying, there's definitely some opportunities here, but there's a little bit of a strain in terms of moving goods and such, and keeping things quiet, essentially. So, not so much there's he's not like oh, we're in trouble. It's just more like there's been some difficulties, kind of thing.
Okay.
So, impression you get there. Let's see here.
I did want to talk to that other Dragonborn, but not like while we're at the wedding ceremony.
Sure. I mean, you have an opportunity. As we are looking at almost time here, the festivities will continue. You guys are able to kind of have a good time. If there's any conversations you'd like to have, you realize that there's no pressing need to run off and do anything. Many of you have projects and things you want to do, places you want to go, things you want to have done, and you realize that with the time you have, you can do these things. And so, in the following week in our next session, we're going to kind of get a chance to follow up on those things that you want to do, places people you want to talk to, places you want to go. There's talk of having some items upgraded, moved, changed around, potentially with nils, some things being made, some items being made, some information you may want to look into or find out, or just connections you want to make or things you want to do. We're gonna be effectively having a 2-month gap of time you can just do whatever you want. So in the coming week, send me some messages, let me know, and we'll kind of run through those as part of our recap and everything else that started next week. You've all leveled up from last time here, so if there's anything around those level ups that you want to incorporate into the things that you're doing here, feel free as well. Things you want to look into, things you want to add. But there is a lot of for the first time in a long time, and probably the first time in the whole campaign, you have time to really sit down and do things, projects and everything else that you haven't had. I think our longest break before this has been like a couple of weeks. So
yeah, it's like 2 weeks.
Like a 2-week break there. So yeah, this is your 2-month break to find out things you want to accomplish and information you want to look into, and from that point, we'll be able to jump ahead. So, yes, we are fully beginning, little hint here, chapter 2, as the next phase of our story continues. Act 1 is officially over, and Act 2 begins. So, with that, you have the opportunity to do a lot of things, check things out. There'll be some new things available, and obviously, if you want to have items upgraded, shifted, changed, you have the opportunity as well. So, I want to thank you all I want to thank you guys, of course, for being here. I know there's been some technical difficulties and people having some physical.
Sorry for that. Sorry.
Oh, no apologies necessary. Absolutely. I'm glad everyone's able to move on to new things and have fun with some stuff here. So we will see you again next week and everything else before. And everyone out there watching, thank you for being here. Definitely a little more chaotic, crazy, up and down episode with as we kind of move into some new directions here. But with that, I want to say, as always, thanks for hanging out at the tavern, Double Tankard, and next time drinks are on us. We'll see you again real soon. Take care, everyone. Bye.